hit the mic. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Welcome to a Q&A stream. And Julian, a friend of the Coding Garden, thank you very much for the 12 months. Hello, everyone. Yeah, it's been a while since we did a Q&A stream. But you've got questions, and I maybe have answers. And Acid Spark, it's 14 o'clock. Thank you for the 14 months. Who dat? Lou! What's up, Lou? Thanks for that resub as well. Lots of friends here today. And Salty Home! You were waiting. You were waiting for me to go live before you clicked the resub. Sound of Gaming, 4 months. I'm gonna go through all the notifications. I appreciate you all. What was happening? Yeah, 20 hours ago, Coding Garden fan with the tier 1 sub. I appreciate you, Coding Garden fan, when I wasn't streaming. Funny Dude with the 12 months. Thank you so much, Funny Dude. Longtime viewer. Mike Broody with the 8 months. Julian with the 12. Acid Spark with the 14. Lou with the 10. Saltion with the 6. And Sound of Gaming with 4 months says, thank you for all the stream, CJ. I feel myself learning something new every time you do. As always, keep being awesome. Well, thank you, Sound of Gaming. All right. Like I mentioned, we're going to be answering questions that you may have. So we have this website, vox.coding.garden, and you can ask questions. There are potentially going to be a lot of people here with a lot of questions. So this is the best way to get your question in front of my eyes. And Adamate, thanks for the 12 months. 1 year, a whole year. So in the chat, you can do !ask followed by your question. It's going to show up here just like this. It's going to get assigned a number, and then we'll go through them, as many as we can. And you can also upvote other people's questions. And once we get a lot of questions, it's probably the best thing to do. Colloquial Owl, thank you for the resub. Your enthusiasm is contagious. Have a great day. Well, I appreciate you. You mentioned enthusiasm. I don't know why I paused there, but I'm excited to see all your faces. It's been a while since I've streamed this early, and there's a lot of people that can't tune in to even my afternoon streams that are here this morning. So I appreciate you all for showing up. And Hugo's sub didn't show up. What you got, Hugo? Hugo? wait. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I was like, are we missing chats? No, these are all questions. Let's see. I don't even see it in the Twitch chat, Hugo. Was it earlier? Well, I appreciate you. Thanks for the resub. Was it like an upgrade or something like that? Oh yeah, but thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate you. I like seeing all your smiling faces. And Pablo with the 50 bits. Gonna keep watching while working. Nice. And Koozie with that tier 2 resub. I'm doing pretty good. Stay X Lo-Fi with the prime sub. You're all too kind. Thank you so much. And we're in a hype train too, so that's dope. Nessie with the year. Oh yeah, so what I was gonna say, there's gonna be a lot of questions. Right now there's only 12. My guess is by the end of the stream there will be at least 40 questions, and I'm only gonna be able to answer like maybe 5 or 10 of them. But so the best thing to do is if you see a question on this site that you are interested in, please upvote it. So you can do ! Upvote followed by the question number, and it's more likely that I will answer that question. And I'll go ahead and get started with this one. We're gonna say hi to everybody. We're gonna introduce everybody to how the stream works, all that good stuff. But Andrew, a longtime mod of the stream, says, "How are you?" Upvoted by many people. I'm doing pretty good. I got plenty of sleep. It's Friday. I'm feeling all right. I'll say that. Oh yeah, here's the other thing. I've seen this in other people's Twitch streams. This is the first time I'm seeing it in my Twitch chat. It's saying like first time chat from viewer. That's really cool. Roger, thank you for that resub. I want to get that into my overlay somehow. I'll have to look at the TMI.js events to see if we get that. But let's just do a quick scroll. Let's say hi to all the people that this is the first time they've ever said something in the chat. Here we go. Mahanjet, hello, welcome to the stream. Catch Super, hello, welcome. Thank you for saying something in the chat. Who else? I am Mulus, hello. hello. Who else? Shreyan Shivas, hello. Welcome. Ironworker. Thanks to you for helping me become a front-end dev. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. You did most of the work. I'm just here. Who else? Who else? Bort Milk. They asked a question. Brand's baking new to Python. I actually don't do much Python, but I'll do my best to tell you about the resources that I do know in a second. We're going to answer questions in a second. Who else? Who else? Sidhu. Hello. Welcome. We're going to say hi to everybody. Long-time watcher, first-time chatter. What's up, Blue Man? Cool. Yeah, so, I mean, it is your first time chatting. I assume you've probably watched the show before, but I appreciate you saying something in the chat. I'm going to tell you how all my chat stuff works. So first of all, you can see in my chat overlay that some people have a nice little badge next to their name, like the Vue logo or the JS logo, or Streamlabs has the Twitch logo, or Nero has the Python logo. So you too can do that. So if you go to this webpage, the Font Awesome brand cheat sheet, an ironworker, first time chat and a sub. Too kind. You're too kind. Thank you for the sub. But if you go to this page, you can pick any name here, any icon, and set it as your team badge. So let's pick one for me. I'm gonna go with Linux. Easy. So I pick a thing from this page, and then in the Twitch chat, !team, followed by something from that page, and then all of your messages will have that little icon on there. You can do the same thing with your country flag. So if you do !country followed by your 2-character ISO country code, that'll set your flag. Just like Nino has the Germany flag. And who else? Who else we got? Hyreeve with the Indonesia flag. Mart with the Netherlands flag, which is basically the Indonesian flag with just a blue bar below it. Let's take a quick stretch. Chief Mustardo is assembling some fans, so it's pretty chill. Who else we got? Jan with the Norway flag. Cool. I'm not being rude. I'm making an observation, because the Indonesia flag is just literally a red and a white bar. I mean, Singapore is a red and white bar, but it does have a thing on it. I don't know. Cool. The other thing you can do is you can set your pronouns. You can see your preferred pronouns. You can see that John has the preferred pronouns he, him, his. And Mart, he has the pronouns he, him, his. Who else? How to Code has the preferred M pronoun. And thank you all for that hype train. Very much appreciated. Who else? Cookies and Cream prefers to be referred as yo. You too can set all of that. So in the chat, if you do, well, actually, I'll show you this first. These are your options. She, he, they, none, they, hi, it, 1M, or yo. You can pick any one of these. And then in the chat, if you do ! pronoun, one of those will be tagged in all of your messages just like that. And then the last thing is you can set your status. You can see that John has a status of some nice clapping hands. My status is pretty old. It's gotta buy them all because I collect Pokemon cards. S-Fox has their statuses. I'm actually S-Fox. I see, you updated your name. And PS has their status as data, not data, or data, not data. And Mart has currently playing piano while watching CJ. Nice. So you too can set your status. Did you know you can find multiple different flags in the Norwegian flag? I mean, there's technically 4 because it's split into 4 sections. I don't know. What do you mean by that? I guess, is it made up by other flags? Okay, but in the chat, you can do !set status, all one word, followed by your status. I'm just going to do CJ is trying his best as a nod to the great Jarvis Johnson. Cool. So if I do that, all my messages now say that. Bort, thanks for the sub. Bort, much appreciated. I think that's it. Oh yeah, we have the drop game too. Let's play the drop game. Yeah, thanks for being here, S-Fox. I've been pretty good. And Pait, First time chatter, welcome. In the chat, type drop me. Your avatar will fall from the sky, and if it lands in the garden, you'll get your name on the screen for a little bit. Who's that? That's a beautiful drop. Satez, or Saitez. Great drop. Yeah, the closer you are to the center, the bigger your name will be. Cool. Well, that's good to hear, Dynamic. Yeah, that's a pretty popular video. Anyway, if anyone else is interested in it, if you go to coding.garden/videos, and Hajil, thanks for the resub. He says, love your content. Click this button. There's 2 of them. This is the more recent one. But I give a rundown of like all the stuff that's on my machine and stuff like that. Okay. Okay, so Jan is saying the Norwegian flag has the Indonesian flag, the Poland flag, the Finland flag, the France and the Netherlands, and Thailand. All in one. Nice. I don't think you can... I don't know if there's a way to clear your badges or your pronouns. We haven't added that feature. Oh, Lou. Great drop, Lou. Great drop. You can do none. Yeah, I mean, I think if you do... that's probably the easiest. If you just say none, then that means you you prefer to be referred to as your username. You don't want any pronouns to be used for you. Yeah, they used to get reset all the time, but now they are persisted in the database. So, okay, I know I missed a lot of chats, but we're gonna say hi to everybody. Yeah, it also PowX has the pronouns. They have the Italy flag, but they don't have a badge. Midsick, what's up? Yeah, we got lots of questions coming in. We're gonna say hi to everybody, and then I'm gonna start answering questions. Hello. Thank you, Gun the Human. Thanks for being here. Name colors appearing on my desktop is random. You mean like the... Oh, who did that? Was that Andrew? Yeah, thank you, Andrew. I was like, what? Where'd that come from? Do you mean the names of the usernames, Lakshman? Because if this is what you mean, these are coming from Twitch. So on Twitch, you can actually, I think like right here, you can set your name color. And my chat overlay just pulls from that. Yeah, so my chat overlay pulls from that color. But if you pick a color that is too conflicting with my background, like this purple color, my code tries to make it more legible. It doesn't always work, though. It's not the best. But let's say hi. Cool. In the chat, if you say hi, hello, hey, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding Ohio, or bogahay, any one of these things, if your message matches this regular expression, I will see it, and I will acknowledge you. So we're going to go back in time all the way to 23 minutes ago, where Sound of Gaming was the first person to say howdy. Though I will say, I lost my old chats. There was someone who was here first. I don't remember your name, but you were here first for sure. Sound of Gaming, hello. What's up, Coding Garden fan? Thanks again for that sub. I appreciate you. Depopon, hello. What's up, funny dude? And Rugmat and Oxland and Mark and Nofto and Debauda and Ratty. Netspud, how's it going? What's up, Lakshman and Nguyen and Eddie Party and Miss and Sarat and Scrutiny and Haiku and Venom and Mart. Hello, Lou and Leet Geek and BS Anise and Limotes and username unknown404. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate you. Hopefully work goes well for you. Hello, One Line of Me and Manohar and Experience. What's up, Cookies and Cream? Can't find my video regarding front-end architecture like serverless. So, I mean, serverless is technically a back-end architecture, but I have done a video talking about that kind of stuff. So if you go to coding.garden/videos, it has a pretty quick filtering. So there is this video. I talked about how to do serverless with Versal. And Blank, thanks for that resub. But also if you search for backend, I've done... Actually, it may not have made it to YouTube yet. You might have to look at my Twitch VODs. Because I did a Down the Rabbit Hole where we were just talking about like what it is to be a backend developer. And I've also done a Lunch and Learn. Oh, this one. Website deployment types. I don't like, but this one was And Microsoft, thanks for that Prime sub. This one was really high level though, because we didn't really show any examples of deploying the websites. We just talked about all of the different ways to deploy them. So there's that. I don't know if that's what you're looking for. Let me know. We could potentially find it. Yeah. No worries. Capior, hello. What's up? 0x45 Feedy. I'm doing pretty good. What's up, Jay Kardik and Dinafar and John and Ed and Farshid and Colloquial Owl and Lexi Ray and Savak. Good time zone. Yeah, I forget that a lot of people can really only tune in at this time, because if I stream, I mean, usually I've been like lately on Fridays I've been streaming at like 11:30 my time, and for a lot of the people that are here right now, it's the middle of the night. So yeah, welcome, Mahanjet. How's it going? What's up, Adamante and Hugo Das? Long time, and VR Nagy. Hello, what's up, Sequel Gordster? Good morning, and George, and what's up, Codex, and Hi Reeve, and Shreyan, and Roger Voth, and S-Fox. Hello. What's up, Saros? Probably not the first time. Yeah, welcome. What's up, Saitez, and Mohammedi. Hello, and Sadhu, and Nero, and DP the Gray. Doing pretty good. What's up, Stefan? First time live. Well, welcome. What's up, Nino? And 4-Line Code, and Pranav, and 2KNG, and Kalos, and Rami. Yeah. And what's up, Mitzik, and Monil, and Hemicodes, and Bogahay DevNode. What's up, MKG? And another error. How's it going? What's up, Mr. XDev? First time stream. Nice. Yeah, you found me on YouTube. Very cool. Shot in the dark. Good morning. My work is transitioning to Vue. Got a head start. Nice. I'm still using React at work, surprisingly. What's up, Doomvit? And Skyhopper, and Gun the Human, and TZQ. G'day. What's up, Microsoft, and Kates, and Sorte, and Xpalma, and Freniz, and Locodev, and Mr. Dead Knight, and Jan, and Kuzi, and PowX, and One Computer Guy, and Dr. Bugsy, and Majestic Guy. How's it going? What's up, Aziz, and Nahij, and Masaldo. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Coding Garden. It's the weekend. I mean, for me, it's still it's Friday, but I guess that's the weekend. It's the start of the weekend. All right, let's do our best to answer some questions. Let's do it. So yeah. So you can thank you, Andrew. You're on top of things today. But that's the website. If you go to vox.coding.garden, you can see all the questions that people have asked. You can ask your own questions using these chat commands, and you can also upvote other questions. Oh, and thank you, Mike Brown Pelican. There's some other people that mentioned my hair. Someone said it was lush. It's growing. It's getting there. Yeah, and this is how you set your badges. There's info on that. Cool. And before we get into question answering and stuff like that, if you all, I'm talking to you, the person watching right now, you, if you see something in the chat that is like a frequently asked question or something that is easily answerable, please help me out by replying to that person and answering their question, because we are going to focus on you. Yes, you. Yes, you. We are going to focus on these questions, which are likely technical and involving code and things like that. And so just like housekeeping things like, do you have a YouTube? How do I set my badges? What's the drop game? What are you doing right now? You probably know how to answer that question, so please help me out if those pop up. All right. If you have asked a question, type !! here. Those will all bubble to the top, and we'll try to answer the first one. What's up with React 18? I mean, I haven't been keeping track. I don't really know what's going to be new in it and all. All right, let's answer this one from Plan. Or no, this one. Hi Reeve says, can you explain React Memo and useMemo? I'm still a bit confused about that. I think it's funny. I have this confused emote, so it always gets replaced. I will explain that. Like, don't let me forget this. We're gonna come back to this because I'll have to I want to show a demo, so I'd have to set up a React app and all that good stuff. But I want to answer this. Have I checked out Astro? It's sort of like Next or Nuxt, but with bring your own front end, it only ships JavaScript if it's needed. Let's just look at it. Let's look at it real quick. Astro.js, I guess. Ship less JavaScript. I guess that's their blog. Yeah. I mean, do they just have okay, we can see it on GitHub. Let's go to GitHub. Astro.build. Their website, I gotta read the blog post. All right, I guess I'll pull open the blog post. I was like, I don't want to read a blog post. Show me the code. All right, bring your own front end or bring your own framework. Great. 100% static HTML, no JavaScript. Astro renders your entire page to static HTML. Okay. On-demand components. All right. Fully featured. SEO enabled. Cool. How to get started? Make a project. Install it. Start it. Seems interesting, but I want to see some documentation. I want to see like, yeah, how do I build a site? I guess not. I mean, I guess I'd have to look through the README. Seems fine. But I'll say this. I don't know if I feel like picking up a new thing to do the things that I already know how to do with other stuff. It's an interesting concept, though, the fact that it is doing like server-side rendering and stuff like that. But I'd have to look into it a little bit more to decide why I would want to use that over something like Next or Next. Cool. But thank you for suggesting it. I'll look at it eventually. Saltium says, with the influx of people learning to code during the pandemic, do you think junior dev positions will be all the more difficult to land? I think it's so. I used to work at a code school. I was an instructor at a coding boot camp, and there was always this thought that like coding boot camps are just introducing way too many junior devs into the market, which is saturating it and making it hard to land jobs. So there's always going to be something, and obviously during the pandemic, a lot of people started coding as well, which is similar. They may or may not have went to a boot camp, but maybe they were doing self-learning or something like that. I think in general, entry-level positions are hard to land because it's what everyone new to whatever field you're even talking about needs to get first, because it's a stepping stone, right? You gotta get the junior dev position before you can move on from that. So it probably doesn't have no effect. There probably is some effect because there are a lot more people. But I think in general, if you are dedicated, let's take a quick stretch. Like if you really want to do this as a career, you can find work. There's always going to be work, at least until the robots take over. At least until AIs are writing complex single-page applications. Or server-rendered applications. I don't know, but my general thought is because I was in a place where there was this idea that there were too many junior devs and most of my students were still able to get jobs. I think it's just what you deal with when a lot of people are jumping into any field, whether or not it's development or not. So I would just say any of you new junior devs that or new developers that pick things up during the pandemic and you haven't found a job yet. I would say keep at it. If this is something you really want to do, you can find something. You'll find something. Cool. What are the middlewares used to secure an Express app, and what each one does? This is a great question. So we got a front-end code example we'll do. We got a back-end code example we'll do. Let's see. Let's answer this one, and then we'll make a React app. Yeah, you're welcome, Saltium. Lakshman says, if we deploy to surge.sh, then example is added as the subdomain for Surge. Is that how Surge and other deployment services are working? So this really gets into DNS. Domain name services? We can look it up on Wikipedia. Domain name system. That's what it is. Domain name system. DNS. But so... How can I talk about this? Let me like make I'll write some notes on it really quick. Actually, no, we don't want that. Let's make a directory for DNS explained-ish. I'm not going to do an in-depth explanation, but I'm going to try to explain how surge.sh is working exactly. Or not how the service is working, but how that the domain itself is assigned to your website. Okay, so DNS. We saw that stood for domain name system. It's how all of the domain name domains on the web work. How DNS? Oh yeah, is this the comic? Because there's somebody made a really good comic. this is not the comic I'm thinking of, but it's probably just as good. But I would say definitely check that out because it's going to explain how domains and such things like that work. And real quick, let me pin this just so we know that that's the question that we're answering. Okay. On the service, like surge.sh, this domain is owned by the Surge company. Owned and managed by the Surge company. So if we go to surge.sh, this explains, and so for those of you that aren't familiar with it, this is a nice little tool that lets you deploy static websites very easily. So Surge, they own this domain. They're in charge of assigning what IP addresses are tied to a specific domain, and also any of the routing associated with domains and subdomains. But they own that specific domain. Now, when you deploy a website like mycoolsite.surge.sh, this is known as a subdomain. So, yeah, and you can deploy anything that is potentially static files. You can deploy to Surge. And in a React app, you can build, which generates static files, and then you can deploy those there. So when you see something that looks like this is known as a subdomain because it's it uses this TLD, this top-level domain, but it has this sub here, my cool site. And usually you can pick your own subdomain when you're deploying your website. Now, so in terms of domain name system, it's like when they register this, they're saying that this domain is pointed to some specific IP address. Likely. It's also possible that it's a CNAME or another type of entry, but a little white lie, an easy way to think about it is that surge.sh points to the IP address of the server that is this website. Now, a subdomain doesn't necessarily have to be hosted on the same server. This subdomain to an IP address, it points to an IP address and can be different than the root domain. So it's possible that when you deploy your website with surge.sh, they put it on this doesn't happen because that would cost way too much money. But one way that is possible is they could spin up your own server, put your code on it, and that server will have a different IP address. But then when somebody types in this URL, the domain name, the DNS entry, points to a different IP address, so your browser loads that specific website. Now, what's probably happening is these subdomains point to probably this same server, but they have a site running that, or not a site, they have some server-side configuration that says, oh, this is a subdomain, so we need to actually serve a website. So they see that it's a subdomain. They then look to see, oh, do these static files exist on my server to be able to serve this subdomain? And then they likely just serve that directory. So that's likely what's happening with Surge. Like all of the static sites that are deployed there exist on some CDN, some content delivery network, and there's a DNS entry for that subdomain that potentially points there, or they have a root server that intercepts all traffic to all subdomains and then decides which content to serve based on that. So I think that's what you were asking. Let me see your question again. Is that how Surge and other deployment services work? Yeah, and I'll say, in general, like, other deployment services may not work this way. I will say for something like Versal, Versal actually spins up a serverless function or a CDN. And so I guess, like I mentioned, like behind the scenes, we can't say exactly what's happening, but I do know that for Versal, the subdomain you get assigned, mycoolapp.versal.com, actually does point to like a Lambda function or a static deployed website on some CDN. So yeah, probably not the best answer, but I think I did give you some things to look into. I want to find that DNS comic because there's a really good one. Story of how DNS works. I guess that's the comment I was thinking of. I feel like there's a you know what? I feel like there's a zine. Not a zone, a zine, like an online magazine. networking zine? Yes, Julia Evans. I think this is it. We're getting a PDF. Let's just search for Julia Evans DNS. How does DNS work? Actually, I don't know if this was it, but it is a comic. So DNS servers translate names to IP addresses. So like I mentioned earlier, there's a place where they have specified what is the IP address of surge.sh. And so when you type surge.sh into your browser, that actually does a DNS lookup. Cool. We'll look at this one from Replit. Interesting. Yeah, check that out too. Okay. Not the best answer, but hopefully that was useful. Well, we looked at this one earlier, and it's actually not the one that I remember. You know what? Maybe it was the zine for learning Dvorak. Maybe that's the one I was thinking of. This is the one I was thinking of, but I thought there was a zine done in a similar style that teaches you about DNS. I might have been mistaken. Yeah, Killer 8 is saying there are only 13 DNS servers in the world. Yeah, so if we get into the specifics of DNS, there are root DNS servers that everything else is like a sub of, in a way. Yeah, this is totally unrelated, but if you want to learn the Dvorak keyboard layout, which is, so you can see this is the layout. It's different than QWERTY and Colmac. It's its own thing. But it's pretty interesting. And if you want to learn it, that zine is pretty cool. Okay, let's keep moving. I think the next question we were going to answer is about useMemo and Memo. So this is it's a React specific question, but we can also just talk about in general Memoiazation. Let's look it up let's see if I can spell it. Memoiazation on Wikipedia. It's memorization spelled wrong. Not to be confused with memorize. I mean, it kind of, in the simplest terms, memoization is memorization. Yeah, and thank you for that, Majestic Eye. See, Gaussoin, are you going to share a link? Is that what you were saying? Oh yeah, this link shouldn't work anymore. The shirt is gone. Everybody that got the shirt, yeah, that's it. You can never get the code shirt ever again. So the idea with memoization, this is a computer science concept and technique. It works, or it is a thing that exists in most programming languages, not just JavaScript, not just React. But the idea here is, let's say you're calling a function that needs to do some sort of complex calculation. And so your function receives inputs, it does that complex thing, and then it returns the result. But let's say you're calling that function multiple times. And if you call it again with the same inputs, well, it's going to have to do that same calculation again. So the idea with memoization is the function will remember the result given specific inputs. And this only works for what are known as pure functions. Is that on Wikipedia? Pure functions. It's a functional programming concept, a pure function. I guess it's also like a mathematical concept, but the idea is you have a function that always returns the same output given the same input, right? Because it's possible that you have functions that like access global variables or do things that are not related to the function itself, where the result of the function could be different even though you're passing the same thing into the function. But if you know your function is a pure function, if it will always return the same output given the same input, it is a candidate for memoization. Because what you can do is you can say, oh, I've seen these two inputs before, and I've already calculated this complex result, so I'm just going to return that complex result from like a cache rather than recalculating it. And I guess cache is another term we might define. Cache is basically just a way to memorize things. Cache and computing. A cache is a hardware or software component that stores data so that future requests for that data can be served faster, right? So the first time you call the function with two given inputs, it's going to take a while because it actually has to calculate it. But after it's done all the work of calculating it, it stores that in a cache. And then the next time you call the function, it says, and Greg, wow. Whoa! Wow. Thank you for that resub. So the next time you call the function, it's going to say, it's going to look at those inputs and it's going to look in its cache and it's going to say, have I seen these inputs before? And I have, and if it has, and that result is in the cache, it just serves the value from the cache. So at a high level, that's what memoization is, and React Memo and useMemo basically let you use that in React because it's useful. Let's set up a React app and show how it works. And thanks for that host, Oscar. I'm going to uninstall create React app factorial. Asset Spark is mentioning factorial is a great example when showing caching, because factorial is all like successive numbers multiplied by each other, right? So it's like the factorial of 10 is 10 times 9 times 8 times 7 times 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. And so if let's say you need to calculate factorial of 1,000, if you've already calculated the factorial of 999, all you have to do is multiply that result by 1,000. You don't have to multiply it by all the numbers before it. So that's a way of using the cache to prevent more work, right? So like, let's say I have in my cache what the factorial of all these numbers are already, and I ask, what is the factorial of 10? Well, all I have to do is look up 9 and then multiply that one by 10, and I have my result. So yeah, that's a good example. All right, but let's create a React app. I'm going to uninstall create React app just to make sure that we're using. Wait, how are there 3 vulnerabilities when I uninstalled it? Okay. Yeah, so memo example. A factorial REST API? There has to be. Somebody's done it. Somebody's probably done it. And Mike Brown Pelican is mentioning that the Fibonacci sequence is another like candidate for memoization or caching, because each successive result is dependent on the previous one, and if you've calculated the previous ones, then you have less work to do. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're welcome, Flip. Thanks for being here. Does Vue have something similar to useMemo? Computed properties. I guess, yeah, that's something interesting. Something else to mention. If you've used Vue.js and you have used computed properties, you are using memoization. But you don't have to know the word memoization, and you don't even have to know that that's what's happening. You just call it a computed property, and it works. I'll say, Alex, thanks for that Prime sub. If you've watched the talk by Rich Harris on Svelte, he kind of burns React, but Memo and like useMemo are kind of like abstraction leaks. they're like pretty low level, and a developer actually has to know about them to be able to use them. This is one of the gripes I have about React, though. Like the number of React, like expert React developers, the number of people that have built big complex React apps that are in production and a ton of people are using that don't know about Memo or useMemo, the number is way too high. And that's because like not a lot of people are familiar with this idea. And I mean, I'll say like you'll probably get minor speed ups in your app if you do use Memo versus not. I mean, it's not always going to be like a silver bullet. It's not going to fix everything and make your app way faster. But if you find yourself doing some sort of complex filter on an array that happens on every render cycle, that's going to slow down your renders. So if you memoize the filter, then it's going to save that result so it doesn't have to recompute it on every render. But let's show an example. React. Why yourself? What? Why you? What? I thought you were saying why yourself. Okay, we got a React app. Let's start it up. No. I have ESLint installed globally. We're going to have to add this thing. Do you trust the authors of the files in this folder? I like that VS Code. This is the first time I'm seeing this. I haven't used VS Code on this computer in like a week. But this is cool because it used to be like, do you want to use ESLint in the node modules folder, or do you want to use Prettier in the node module folder? And the answer is yes. I created a React app. Yeah, it's a new feature, and I think it's great because it's much more explicit. It's instead of just saying like, do you want to use this thing? They're being more user friendly about the message, saying, hey, we're actually going to run the stuff in your node modules under your current user account. So do you trust it? And I do. I mean, because we do. If we want our app to work, we have to trust it. There has to be some level of trust there. Okay, this is all I need to do because I have ESLint installed globally. Where are we? Wait, why isn't that? Here we go. All right, we're going to run on another port. We just want a React app. Here's our React app running on port 51095. Great. Phoenix Rising. Thanks for that Prime sub. Okay, so we're talking about Memo and useMemo. Let's go ahead and look that up on the React docs. Yeah. Oh, no, that's not it. I mean, it's something. Here we go. So, returns a memoized value. Yeah, so, I mean, I think for anybody that knows Vue, this is basically just a computed property, and it's a computed property in more complex terms. Let's use it. I think the example I'm going to use is if you are displaying something in your UI that is filtered. I need a list of something. Somebody give me an idea for a list of something. I guess I could also call an API so that way we can get a list of stuff. List of JS frameworks. I want a big list, like a giant, at least 1,000 items. There are like 800 Pokemon. Is there an API where I can get back 800 Pokemon all at once? Pokemon API. List of holidays, list of prime numbers, countries, list of frameworks. Here we go. So this is returning all the Pokemon. I wonder if they have can I set a limit of like 2,000? And an offset of 0. So give me back all 1,000 Pokemon at once. Yeah, great. This is what I want. Okay. So this is an API endpoint that's going to give me back 2,000. Like, well, the full result is 1,118 Pokemon names. So what we'll do is we'll make a super simple app that just filters all the Pokemon names. So we'll list out all the Pokemon names on the page, and then as you start typing, we will. I mean. Is this really going to benefit from Memo? We can show an example of it. We'll do it. We're going to do it anyways. So first up, we need to get this data from the API. Let's do it. I'm going to bring in useEffect and useState from React. And then in my little app here, we're going to have we need like a loading state. Starts off as false. We need our Pokemons. That starts off as an empty array. Like that. And then we need to actually call the API. So we're going to do useEffect for that. So if you're new to React hooks, this is basically how I can define something that should only run once, because we only want to call the API once. Yeah, so this is a good point, Bobby. Sometimes using memo can be worse than just doing nothing. It's like, yeah, you need to find the specific use cases where you're actually going to benefit from the memoization. Otherwise, you're just using more memory when you shouldn't need to. But I don't know. So useEffect is, if you're used to old React, useEffect can be used like component did mount or component did update. In the case where I'm passing in an empty array, Yugi-off, thanks for that resub. An empty array means this function has no dependencies, meaning it will only run once. But we can also create effects that say, like we could do this. And now this function will run anytime the Pokemon's array changes. And so this is kind of like a component did update. When the component updates and this value changes, run this function. But for now, this is just saying run this function when the component mounts. So we're going to make a little embedded function here, get Pokemon's async function, and it will get the Pokemons. We're going to fetch, I think I still have it on my clipboard. Yeah, look at that. We're going to fetch that URL. It's going to give us back 1100 Pokemon. And then we need to parse that response as JSON. And then for now, we're just going to log out the JSON. So when my app, why is this not working? I need to restart my what is this called? Alt tab. That's unfortunate. All right, if I just quit it, I think, yeah, we'll use the built-in alt tab. Okay, so because I've done this, when the app first loads, we should get back the Pokemons and we should see them logged out. Let's see if there's a network request going out. Did I save the file? Oh, no, I didn't call the function. So I need to actually call this function. So that should call it. Okay, so it did get called in the network, and if we look in the console, we do have the response, which has a result array with 1,000 Pokemons in it. Great. So what we'll do now, and actually we should use this loading state here. So when we call the function, we'll say set loading to true. And then after this is all done, we'll set loading to false. And then right here, we can set these Pokemons to be JSON.results, I think is the property. Yeah, .results. You technically could make this an iffy, an immediately invoked function expression, and it could be an async iffy. That would look like this. Like that. Yeah, and the main reason I'm doing this is because the function that you pass to useEffect cannot be an async function. So yeah, this does the same thing. It should anyways. It's not. Wait, what? Oh, no, it is. We're not logging the console out anymore. Logging it to the console anymore. Great, that's fine. That's fine. All right. Now, we've managed all of our state and our data. We have these Pokemons set. We have the loading variable. Let's actually use it in our render function here. We probably could use React suspense if we really wanted to. I don't, so we're not going to. I'm just going to say if loading is true, then I'm going to show a little div that says loading Pokemons. And if loading is not true, then we're going to show all of the Pokemons. So I'll just have a div here, and well, we'll have an unordered list. And inside of that, I want a list item for every Pokemon. So we're going to say Pokemons.map. We're going to get each specific Pokemon. And we'll return a little list item like this. It'll have the key of Pokemon.name. That's not how that works. We're in React. And then in the element itself, we'll show the Pokemon name. like that. And so, yeah, so it said loading for a second, and then there we go. We got all the Pokemon names. Oh, I see. That's why there are 1,100, because they include Gigantamax Pokemon as well. Yeah, that's Vue. You can't do that. The double quotes is Vue. Okay, so let's see it again. If I refresh the page, loading Pokemons for a split second, and then we get back all of our Pokemons. Great. Now, the use case for useMemo here is if we have a filter box that is filtering by you're typing in a specific Pokemon name, and you only want to show what Pokemons actually match that specific filter. First of all, let's get that working without useMemo. So, actually, let me enhance so you can see all those Pokemon names. Right here, we're going to have a form with a little input where you can type a Pokemon name to filter the list. We'll just add a placeholder. Enter a Pokemon name. Should look like that. Great. And then I want to be able to type Charizard or like Char, and then the list should update to only show me the Pokemon where Char is in the name. So let's get that going. We need a state variable to keep track of what the user has typed into the input here. So let's say filter is our thing here. This is what I'm doing right here. This. Yeah, we can also introduce debouncing. That'll be fun. Okay, so the filter is going to start off as an empty string because when the page loads, nobody has typed anything into the input, right? We need a change listener here. On change, that's a thing, right? So when this changes, we want to update this state variable filter with what is inside of the input itself. So on change, we can set filter with e.target.value. And so that'll keep filter updated behind the scenes. And now, let's do this. Let's have a memoized array. Use memo. So here's what I want. This is a memoized function that is dependent on the filter, and I guess it's also dependent on Pokemons. Those are the two things that it's dependent on. And this function is going to return the filtered array based on those two things. So the array of Pokemon and what the user has entered. Let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, and we'll remind me, we'll debounce it after we get the filter working. But useMemo actually returns a value that you can use. So in this case, we're going to get back the filtered Pokemon. And for now, I'm just going to return an empty array. Like this memoized function actually does nothing with the inputs. It just returns an empty array. And then over here, instead of mapping over Pokemons, which is what I got back from the API, I'm actually going to map over filtered Pokemon. And in this case, it's empty, so it's not mapping over anything. But now we can use Pokemons and the specific filter that the user has entered to only return the Pokemon where the name matches that. So let's do this. We'll say Pokemons.filter. We get each Pokemon. And then we could also create a regular expression. So we can do like case insensitive matching. So we'll create a regular expression with the filter where it has global matching and it's case insensitive. And then we want to filter all the Pokemons where Pokemon.name matches this regex. I always get this wrong. I don't know if this, I might have to flip it, like regex.match. Let's see if I get an error. No, I didn't. Cool. But now it works. And I mean, honestly, you can see it's pretty fast. Even though there are 1,100 items in the list, it's still pretty fast. Like here's the thing that here's the alternative, right? So instead of doing useMemo, and you might have actually I would bet that anybody that's written React in the chat has probably done this. So instead of useMemo, you just do the filter right here. You just put it in. We could also do this with filter like this. So this is filtering over the array, but it's inside the render function, and it should still work. It should still work the same way. And I mean, yeah, obviously we've introduced a regular expression denial of service. Like technically, this input field can take a regular expression. I'm not worried about that. Like ends with dir. But like, yeah, I guess I don't know. I guess that's really all I want to say about this. Like, even though we are just filtering inside the render method, technically, this is having to calculate things more often. And I think we should be able to demonstrate this. Where like right now, if I type in the word char, every time I type the word char, it has to filter that array again. It has to look at 1100 items and run that. Match that regular expression against the name, against all 1100 of them, on every single key press. So on every key press, it's looking at 1100 items and matching against it. Now, if we go back to where we were using the memoized function, let's just log this out. Let's say filter. Let's say calculating filtered Pokemon for filter, and then we'll pass in what the current filter is. And honestly, I don't know exactly how. I can't predict the result of this. I think, and I would hope, that the first time we type the word char, C-H-A-R, we're going to see this log. But then the second time we type the word char, we're not going to see it logged. I would hope. That's usually how a memoized function works. If that's not the case, then we need to introduce our own cache and all that good stuff. Here we go. So, calculating filtered Pokemon for empty string. Now I type in char. Calculating filtered Pokemon for char. Yeah, I mean, see, technically it's still rerunning that filter function. So is it really memoized? I think the thing that it's memoizing is the filtered Pokemon, the result itself. And if we had a more complex view with other things that are updating, this would not be recalculated on the next render. Yeah. So it makes sense if you have a complex view with other things that are being updated. It's not a fake memo. It's the fact that in React, this render function runs a lot, right? And if you have the embedded filter here, that filter is going to run on every render. So I think here's the other way I'll demonstrate this. Like if we have some other input that isn't really even used anywhere, but just to demonstrate, like if I have other state variables and re-renders are happening. So other thing and set other thing. I will demonstrate, and I'm confident that this will demonstrate my point. So here we're going to say set other thing. I'll say typing here will cause the render function to run again. Cool. And I'm actually going to log out here. We're going to say render function is running. Okay. So we search for char. The render function reran every time because that memoized value had to update. Now, wow. Okay, so you can see that this number is going up, right? But the recalculation of char is not running. That's the memoized value, because in the next render, in the next update, it holds on to the previous value. It doesn't have to recalculate that. Now let's contrast that with putting this directly in the render function. Amazing. Yeah, so let's like if instead of using filtered Pokemon, if I just put the filter here, this is it. This is what we wanted to show. This is the one. And actually, I could do something like, yeah, I'll do. This is weird, but I kind of want to show that this is running. I mean, it technically would run. We're going to do this. We'll say checking Pokemon.name with filter. So what we're going to see is on every render, this filter function will run, even if the filter itself didn't change, if something else in the render changed. Okay, so start from scratch. Yeah, so you can see my console is having a really hard time catching up because on each letter press, it's checking against it, right? Okay, now we're going to type here, which has nothing to do with the other filter, and we still have to check against everything else for that thing to render. Whereas if I did that same thing with the Memoize function, I feel like I'm repeating this over and over again, but this is what I wanted to show, and we'll do it one last time here. This part here. Cool. Yeah, I think this demonstrates the concept pretty well. We actually want to do this up in the memoized one. Right about here. Okay, so when this memoize function runs with char, we are going to see all of these log out. But later on, when the other thing is updating, we're not going to see it logged out, and that's the benefit. That is the benefit of all right. Start from scratch. Use effect with a filtered dependency. You could do that. Yeah, that's the other thing is because this is now a thing. We could write a use effect that is dependent on it. So that use effect would run if filtered Pokemon updated. Though technically, you could just put the same dependency array and it would do a similar thing. Okay, so the render function ran twice. It compared it against the empty string. We see everything. Now, if I search for char, you see there's a ton of console logs because it has to compare against ch, cha, chr. It compared against all of them. Great. But now, the moment of truth. If I update, the render function is running, but that filtered array doesn't have to run again. Ta-da! We did it. Okay. Now we can talk about debounce, I guess, if we want to. Who wants to hear about debounce? So here's the issue we'll fix with a debounce, right? So that's it. This is it. That's the one. Perfect. Yeah. So this is the use case for debounce. Now watch. If I type the letter C, it compares C against everything. If I type the letter H, it compares CH against everything. And if even if I'm typing fast, even if I type CHA, it still has to compare it against each of the three characters, right? Not now. Hey, señor CJ. ¿Cuánto tiempo ha pasado? How much time has passed? Is that what you're asking? I'm going to translate this. Oh, no. Reverse, from Spanish to English. How long has it been? Many months. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, how much time has passed? And thanks for that resub. How many months was it? 12 months. Wow. And not now. Thanks again for the bits. Okay, I missed a lot of chats, but yeah, we're gonna talk about debounce now because this is a perfect use case for it. Like, we're using useMemo, right? Like we're preventing ourselves from having to recalculate that thing. Great. But the other issue is if a user is typing really fast like that, we still have to run that function for every single character press. And so debounce is useful because we can basically say, let's wait a second. Let's wait until the user hasn't been typing for 300 milliseconds and then do the filter. And then, excuse me. And that way, we're not recalculating the filter for every single letterpress. We're just recalculating the filter for when the user is done typing, for the most part, because they still might like type a space or they still might typing, but this is likely how a lot of any website where you start typing and you get an autocomplete, that's likely how it's working is with a debounce, where it's not immediately searching for every character press, it's searching after you've stopped typing for a certain amount of time. Yeah. Okay. So I have to think about how I'm going to implement this because honestly, I might not use useMemo. Honestly, instead, I would use my own state variable because then I can keep track of and decide when to update that thing. I think that's how I'm going to implement it, unless anybody knows how I could potentially use memo. Honestly, potentially use memo. Yeah, we're being honest here. Honestly, use memo while with debounce. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go with my gut really quick. So the issue with just a set timeout instead of a useMemo is useMemo can't be an asynchronous function. It must return the thing that you actually need. And so here's what I'm gonna do it like this. And if somebody has a better idea, send me a gist with some codes in it. So here's what we're gonna do. We're actually gonna have a state variable that is filtered Pokemons. And this also starts off as an empty array. And then we're going to have our own use effect that is dependent on Pokemons and filter. And when either one of those things change, we are going to update filtered Pokemons. So we'll do that right here. Yeah, so we have a use effect. It is dependent on the Pokemons array. So when we get back Pokemons from the API, this thing is going to run. And it's also dependent on the filter. So when the filter changes, this thing is going to run. Now, what we could do here is basically what we were doing before it, but just with a set filter. So we could say set filtered Pokemons with this, and this should work. But then we'll introduce the debounce. Debounce. I feel like things are weird. Cool. I mean, and technically, this actually might be a bit easier to understand than useMemo. Debounce or debounce? Because this is going to set filtered Pokemons only when Pokemons and filtered change. So we actually should get the same result. Actually, so now that I've updated this, let's see what we get. Filtered Pokemon is not defined. That makes sense because I called it filtered Pokemons. I mean, honestly, we should probably call it the same thing so I can uncomment the code. Like that. All right. Filtered Pokemon is not defined? It is, though. What you talking about, React? There we go. Okay. Okay. Now, type the letter C, we see a bunch of logs. Type the letter H, we see a bunch of logs. Typed A and then R, we see a bunch of logs. But I think we've actually still fixed the issue. Yeah, so we've still fixed the issue where we aren't recalculating that filter on every render, which is pretty interesting. So we kind of, even with our own custom use effect, we're still getting the benefit of like useMemo. And you can, like, this is basically what's happening with useMemo. It is instead of having to set like an external state variable, it is literally returning that state variable that is dependent on those two values. Now, let's introduce debounce. So we need a timeout. Basically, we don't want to run this unless filter has changed within a certain amount of time. We could just do this, right? If we do a set timeout, let's do, to make it really obvious, we're going to do 1 second. So filtered Pokemons is not going to update for 1 second. Let's see what happens. This is not a debounce, but this will You can see that it takes a second before it shows up. It took a second before it changed a couple of times. So basically what we need to do is we actually don't want to, it's a rebounce. Yeah. Like we actually don't want to do this. On every key press. And that's what this is doing. Like 1 second from now, basically, it's going to set it to C, then H, then A, then R. Well, like the combined CH, CHA, CHR. But it's all going to be a second from now, so technically it's all happening at the same time. What we need is we need to store the timeout ID. Because set timeout returns like a specific ID, and then you can actually clear that timeout. And we kind of need this to be like a global variable in a way, because then here we can do clear timeout with the timeout ID, and then honestly, I'm just going to make it a global variable. So it starts off as nothing, and then the first time this function is called, we set it. But then, if our dependencies change, we clear the previous one. We clear it, we clear it, we clear it, and then finally, if this function hasn't been called within a second, then it will update. So, watch the magic. I know you can use this. I guess that would make sense, because I could. Yeah, this should actually work better than defining a global variable. Like this. Let's see if this works. Yeah, we don't want global variables, because I mean you would want this to be isolated to a component. This should work. Here we'll say setting filtered Pokemon with that specific filter. Okay, so this is our debounce. Here we go. So initially it compares everything to the empty string. Great. Now if I type really fast CHAR, it didn't work. It didn't work. I think I kind of need a global variable, because you can see that it actually is setting it to, yeah, it's not the first try, because it was C, then H, and then R. The cleanup needs to be outside the set timeout. Oh, yeah, of course. I don't know why that was there. This should work. This should work. And then we'll explain it one more time, and then we'll stop talking about it. We'll answer some other questions. Okay. So it compares everything to the empty string. Great. CHAR. And then it only compares it to CHAR. Look at that. So we instead of comparing it to C, then CH, and then CHA, after 1 second, it's like, all right, are we done typing? We're done. Now I'll do the filter. That's the one. Yeah. And so, the cleanup function, technically, it's not called when the component is destroyed. In the case of useEffect, it's called when the dependencies change. And so because the dependencies changed, it cleared the timeout and then potentially set a new timeout when it got called again. But that's the winner. I can prove it. If we go back up, so we see render function is running. We can see everything compared to char. And then right before everything was compared to char, the render function was running. We won. We did it. And then I guess the other interesting thing is, like, we still have the same benefit if like something else in the view is updating, our filtered function is still not running. Yeah, so we got a debounce now. Yeah, and I mean what's nice is, like, I could type all day, right? But until I have not entered a word for 1 second, then it actually does the filter. Yeah. All right, I feel like we learned some stuff today. Let's do a quick review, and then we'll answer more questions. All right. Yeah. And so, actually, I mean, honestly, it's pretty easy to debounce. My recommendation for mastering JavaScript is just do a lot of it, and just know that you'll never learn all of it, and you can always be improving. Like, try not to think of yourself as a JavaScript master, or like I know JavaScript, because there's likely something you don't know about it. So be humble and just keep learning. That's my advice. All right. Here's what we learned today, everyone. We talked about useMemo. And we talked about memoization, which is a funny way to say memorization, but it's basically a functional programming concept where if you've already calculated something before, you don't have to calculate it again based on pure functions and caching. And this useMemo thing is built into React that lets us memoize a specific thing, so that way we don't have to recalculate it on every render. We showed it here. Basically, useMemo returns, you could think of it like a state value, right? Like this is your state value that you can use inside of your render function, but this state value will not update unless these dependencies change. And it holds on to the value. So what we demonstrated was when other things in the view are updating, like this other thing, it's literally another thing, even though that's updating and the render function is rerunning, when we're using our memoized version, this calculation for finding the filter doesn't actually have to run again. So that's the main benefit. And if you take anything away from today, it's that one thing is avoid using array.filter inside of your render function, because that array.filter has to run on every render of the component. And in React, your render function runs a lot. So instead of filtering within the view, you use that memoized value, and so you're not recalculating that filter every time. So I think honestly, I think we can, I think we could create our own version of useMemo, because under the hood, useMemo is very much a use effect with a state. Yeah, and that's the other thing to point out. useMemo is it's similar to computed properties in Vue. Yeah. There is absolutely production code with a filter in the render function. And it's not all bad, because if this thing that we're filtering over is, and somebody in the chat mentioned this earlier, if the thing you're filtering over is not actually that long, then it might end up being slower. You might end up using more memory if you use useMemo rather than just writing it in your render function. So in this example, our array is length 1100. And so I think it makes sense. That's a use case for useMemo. But if you have 10 items, you could probably just put your filter in the render function. Yeah. And then the last thing we did is we kind of implemented our own useMemo, but also with a debounce. So we're not actually, in the final result, we're not actually using useMemo at all, because I don't want that memoized value to be recalculated on every dependency change. I want it to calculate on every dependency change, but I want it to wait until the values have settled. So we create our own little state variable, and then we have a function here which sets a timeout to update that state variable. And if these dependencies change, that timeout is going to get cleared. So the function inside of it won't actually run until it's been 1 second since the dependencies change. So that's what we did. This was fun, and thank you for watching. Let's answer some more questions. Yeah. React.memo. Yeah, I'm not actually familiar with React.memo. Let's look it up. Is that for components specifically? That might actually be for components and props. Yeah, for functional components, which is different than state variables, but it's a similar concept. Yes. So I think that's one way to think about it. So your components in React likely are just functions these days. They could also be class components, but if they're class components, then you would use pure component, I think is what it's called, rather than a class component. But functions can take in props, which are basically they're dependencies, they're arguments to the function, and React.memo lets you create a memoized component that will only update if the props change. Something like that. I don't know. We're going to move on, though. Is my chat overlay using memoization with the chat updating all the time? So I am using computed properties. And so, yeah. Indirectly, I'm using memoization, because this chat here is actually a Vue.js app, and I have a computed property that gives me that's the next thing I'm gonna do. But a computed property that gives me all of the chat messages that match a specific filter. And so, like, as you can see, like, I'm not showing exclamation mark commands in this overlay, because there's actually a computed property that runs a filter to remove all of those. So yeah. Okay, let's look at idea 2074, and then we'll answer another question. Also, all of this code, I'll just go ahead and push up. Whoa, there's a bunch of change stuff. Is there a Git folder in here? There's not. That's fine. Should be fine. Oh, wait. It said this was a submodule desktop apps. That's why. There we go. No. I lost all my code. It's fine. Oh no, I'm in a predicament. Okay. We'll figure this out. Because basically, what I wanted is I accidentally added a Git submodule, so I went ahead and removed the Git folder. But then I stashed the changes, and so all of the code I just wrote are actually on that stash change. I haven't lost the code. The code's still there. I just got to get it back. Oh, there it is. Whew. Okay. Should be fine. Well, doesn't matter. Okay. I have unmerged files. Do I just need to do that? Add that. Does not have a commit checked out. Updating file. You know what I need to do? I need to. There's a Git submodule that I need to remove. Let's figure this out really quick. Git remove Git submodule. It's when you have a nested Git folder, and that actually accidentally just happened. Here we go. That's what we wanted. Whew. We've done it. We've gotten ourselves out of the predicament. All right, I need to look at number 2074. I'll look at that really quick. All right, and if you go here, well, not there, but here. This is in the memo example folder here, if you want the codes. Okay, let's look at Vox really quick. And thank you for that question, Hi Reeve. It resulted in a lot of examples and a lot of learning, so I appreciate it. Build YouTube timestamps using set top. Yeah, we need to do that. And honestly, it wouldn't be that hard. I just need my thing that's listening for the topic overlay to actually do a timestamp in Twitch, because it's possible to create a marker. Hi. So yeah, I've just added a stream marker right now, and if you're watching at this stream marker, you'll see me talking about this stream marker. So what I could do is when we set topic, also do a marker. The only issue is this set topic is read only. It doesn't actually write to the chat, but we're going to keep this idea around. We'll get it working. Can I try to customize my stretch timer? I have customized it. So I use, wait, where is it? Has it not been? It hasn't been popping up, hasn't it? Yeah, it's this thing. I have it customized for a normal break once every hour and a micro break once every 15 minutes. But you can add more or less breaks. Is that what you mean? All right. There was another question that I do want to get to that was about, well, it was about Express and middleware. One computer guy, are you still here? Oh, yeah. You can set the custom icon. Yeah. Idea 2053 is also good. Oh, eventually. But yeah, that'd be cool. So instead of having to use chat commands, you could actually go there and change your, like, interactively change your chat badge, change your pronouns, all that good stuff. Okay, we're going to answer your question. Middlewares you use to secure an Express app and what each one does. I mean, this is a multi-leveled answer. I think the two things that I'm going to talk about are the Cores middleware and also Helmet, which sets a lot of secure headers. But those are just like at a superficial level, like at a high level, setting headers for your app. When you actually get into authentication and authorization, those are typically custom middleware. So those are custom things that are doing role checking against your user token in your database to make sure that the given user has access to the thing that they're accessing. And I don't think I'll cover that. Ashley B, thanks for the 4-month resub. I'll touch on it. I will touch on it. We'll do like a simple authorization middleware, but I will talk about Cores and Helmet. So that's what we'll do next. But I'm going to take a 3-minute break, and you should too. Stand up, walk around, stretch your legs. I'm trying to build a Discord bot. Where can I deploy it? Discord.guide has a whole section on somebody stole their domain. Or no. Discord.js. Discord.js.guide. That's the one I was thinking. Okay, I was like, what? There's a landing page. They have an entire section on deployment. What's up, Ad Underground? Thanks for being here. Adding your bot to host server. I thought that they used to have a section on it, but some possible options are, what's that place? It's like CodePen, but for backend code. Glitch. This. You technically can host your bot here. Yes, you could also host on Heroku, but the issue with Heroku is if it's the free tier, it will go to sleep. And technically your glitch instance will go to sleep as well. The thing is so glitch doesn't work anymore. For free things, it's really hard to find something that's going to be running all the time. In general, like if you're willing to pay money, then you just get a virtual private server. So whether that's AWS or DigitalOcean or Azure or something like that, or you're paying for a Heroku dyno, that's how you get it running, because you kind of need something that's running all of the time. All right, I am going to take a 3-minute break, though, but when I come back, we're going to talk about backend. So we're switching. We talked about front end for the first part of the stream. Now we're moving into backend. We're going to talk about Express, APIs, and middlewares. I think I'll also just describe, I'll talk about what is a middleware, because this is another general programming concept that's useful outside of Express. And then I'll introduce you to some things like Helmet and the Cores module and a few other stuffs. But back in 3 minutes. Stay awesome. Be kind to each other. Get up, walk around. Call a friend that you haven't called in a while. We'll see you in a second. Hello. I'm back. Welcome back. Let's talk about backend. Here we go. So this question comes from One Computer Guy. Hey, what's up, the She-Boss? Thanks for being here. Who asks, what are the middlewares you use to secure an Express app, and what does each one do? So before we answer that question, let's talk about Express first. Express, middlewares, and security? Question mark? Because it's a little bit of security. First of all, we need an Express app. So I do have an Express API generator that I made, but it's likely, out of date. So the dependencies need some updates. So we can see, actually no, dependbot maybe isn't looking at this repo. But this is basically a boilerplate that I created for creating an Express API. So what I want to do before I use this boilerplate is actually update it so that when I use it, it has the latest dependencies. Because the last time I updated it was January, which was months ago. So things surely have changed since then. Give me just a question. Yeah, so a boilerplate is like a place to start. It's a bit of starter code, because typically when you make an Express app, they do have it's kind of like a project generator. You could think of it like that, but in my case, you don't answer any questions. Like, it's not going to do any custom generation. It's literally just going to give you the base project to start from. A plate you put, yeah, it's like a template. It's a non-custom. I mean, you can customize it after you've cloned it. I don't know. Give me a second. Cool. So we are here. This is the Express API Starter repo. I like to use this command npm upgrade, which will look at all of your dependencies and see if there are new versions available. And there are. So we can see that .env has a major version bump to 10. Usually when you're updating dependencies, you want to be careful of major version bumps. But I know that .env I use in one place, and that API likely hasn't changed. So I'm actually okay with a major version bump. I don't think it's going to break the code. Helmet, this is the thing I'm actually going to talk about. And it has a minor version bump, which shouldn't introduce breaking changes. Same with ESLint. Yeah, and then Mocha does have a major version bump. But I'm going to risk it. I'm just going to say, yeah, let's update it. And then that will update my package.json. And then if I do an npm install, it's going to grab all of those latest versions. And Big Daddy, thanks for that, Riso. But what's nice is I actually have test here. So if I do npm tests, and if the tests pass, I can assume that the dependencies didn't actually break anything. And especially like Mocha, because even like Mocha had a major version bump, but the test still passed. So I'm going to go ahead and say that it's fine. It's fine. It should work. But the other thing is, why do we have a vulnerable thing? Let's see. In normalize URL, there's an regular expression denial of service, and it is fixable via npm audit fix. Great. Okay. So I've updated my dependencies. I'm going to commit it. I'm going to push it up. Poor test with assert.pass. Yeah. Great. So that project that I was just in is like it's the boilerplate. It's a basic Express app, but now I'm going to use it in my own app. So let's go into Coding Garden. We're going to go into my AMA, and we're going to use that. So if you do npx create Express API, this actually clones that project into the folder that you specify. So we're going to call this Exploring Middlewares. But basically all this is doing is it's creating a directory, cloning that project in, and installing dependencies. So I actually can run the tests here, and now we have like a basic app that we can start customizing. Yeah, so GCM and gpush are in my my bash profile. So if you do !files, that'll take you to my .files, and if you look at my bash profile, I have some aliases set. But honestly, I'll just I don't know why I've been saying that today, but I'll show it to you. So the bash profile is the thing that runs every time you open a new terminal. If you're using Zish, there's like Zishrc. There's also bashrc. I use the bash profile for some reason, but in that file, you can see that I have all of these aliases set. So if I, this is a fun one. If I type a beer, that actually just automatically checks out a branch called drunk. So that's fun. But an alias is just like a short short version of some other command. And so if you see GCM, that's a shortcut for git commit -m. gpush is a shortcut for git push. Yeah. Okay. Let's start answering that question now. So the question comes from One Computer Guy. What are the middlewares you use to secure an Express app, and what does each one do? First of all, let's just talk about what is a middleware. So if you've ever built an Express app, it probably looks a little bit like this, right? You bring in some core middlewares, you create your Express app, and then you use those middlewares. First of all, to demonstrate this, I'll show you that a middleware is basically something that sits in the middle. So you can write a function that runs on every single request and potentially does something to the request. And so, like, for example, Morgan is a logging middleware. So every single request that comes into this API, this middleware is gonna log it out. Helmet is a middleware which I will touch on because the question was about security. This actually sets some sensible defaults for headers that your server is responding with, which prevent certain types of attacks that might happen in a web browser or from some attacker. And then the cores middleware actually just sets cores headers. Jim McDonald, thanks for the 13 months. Dropping by to say, hey, my new job is keeping busy. Well, that's good. I'm glad you're staying busy. Thanks for dropping by. And then this middleware looks at the body of every incoming request and parses it as JSON. So let's make our own middleware really quick to just talk about like what is a middleware. So a middleware is actually very similar to your request handlers, right? Like you think of your request handlers are more about like the thing handling the final response. Yeah, you could actually add the compression middleware too. Is that underneath Express or do I need to install it separately? Doesn't matter. But the way we think about this request handler is like this is almost like the last thing that runs, right? When a request comes into my server on the / route, this is what it's going to respond with. And there are no other middlewares that will run after it because this is actually sending the response. But your middleware might look like this. You have the request, the response, and then you also have this handy next function. And the next function is key. So your middleware that you write, and that basically, if we looked at the source code for all of these, this is really all they are. They're a function that takes in the request, the response, and next. And then you could do something. What I'm going to do here is just hello from my middleware. And I'm going to put the current date and time. And let's see what happens. So if I start up this API, it's trying to listen on port 5000. Let's fix that. I think I just need a .env with a port variable. 9942. Cool. So if we go here, the server's not responding. Why is the server not responding? Well, my middleware didn't tell anyone that it was done. So right now, my code, like it's technically just it called that middleware. And then because that middleware didn't say, hey, I'm done, you can go on to the next thing, it's just hung. It's just sitting there. And so typically what you do with a middleware is you do all the things you want to do, and we can access the request, we can access the response, we can do all the things we want to do. And then when we're done with that, we call next, saying, okay, I'm done. Please go on to the next middleware. So now when I go to the home page, it works. And if we look in the console, we see that my middleware ran. But what I'll show you is like on every single request, this middleware is going to run. So if I refresh the page, hello from the middleware. If I refresh the page, hello from the middleware. Hello from the middleware. And so you can imagine that's exactly how Morgan is working. So that's my logging library that's saying there's a GET request on the / route. This is the status code. This is how long it took. They have a middleware that logs those things out. It examines the incoming requests and then logs it out so you can keep track of what happened. So that's all a middleware is it sits in the middle and it can do something. My middleware here is not useful. It's just logging to the console. But you could do interesting things. Like you could, and this is an example of like an authorization middleware. You could look at the incoming request and see, does this user have access to the thing that they're trying to access? And if they don't, you could call next with an error. And if you have things set up right, you shall not pass. If you have things set up right, and I actually have an error handler set up, if you pass an error into next, it skips everything else. So it basically just skips everything else and then goes directly to the error handler. And so now, because this is the first middleware that I have registered, and it is just automatically sending back an error. Now, no matter what, whenever I hit this API, I'm just going to get back that error. It doesn't make it to any of the other request handlers. It just literally immediately resolves an error, and then none of the other middlewares or request handlers even have a chance to look at the request or the response. In 4-line code is saying, how does Morgan know when the request was resolved or returned since it was called before? They have a request tracker. So every request gets a unique ID. And then when that request resolves, they use that unique ID to determine how long it took. Yeah, so a while back when I was playing around with Dino, I made my own logger that looks like this. And that's basically how I did it. And it's also how I did color coding. Does next return a promise? I don't think it does. But yeah, so this is a great question from Zlek. How do you create your own Helmet? Do you just rewrite the Express server header? Yeah, so Helmet does a lot more than just the server header thing. But let's make a useful middleware. So instead of returning an error, instead of logging, we're actually just going to do res.set, which lets us set a header in the response. And I'm gonna set a header called x Twitch was here, and the value is true. And then I'll call next. So all this does is for every request coming into my server, any response that is sent back is going to have this header, x Twitch was here. And we can examine that here. So now it works again. And actually, oh, look at this. Firefox has this nice little headers tab. So we can see all the headers, but we can see X Twitch was here is set to true. So that's really, yeah, you were here. That's really all the like Helmet or even the cores module. That's all they're doing is setting headers, because like specifically this cores module that sets the access control allow origin header and the access control allow headers header. Yeah, but that's all the code is. It's just literally setting a header and putting it to a specific value. So in the example of cores, it's actually doing res.set, access, control, allow, origin. And in the case where you're setting it to star, it's just setting it to star. And now if we look at the headers, I mean, I think that was getting set anyways. That was getting set anyways because I was using cores here. But if I comment out cores, it should still get set. But we're not going to see any of the other ones. Yeah, and we can see, there it is. It's down there. Yeah. Yeah, and the header, it has to be a text value, but it can be anything. And there are some limitations on like how much data you can put in a header. Yeah, so this is the literal source code for the cores module, and we can see it doing all of this stuff. Yeah, obviously there's more stuff because there's configuration, but here it is. Rec res and next. And res.set header, or like it's pushing all of the headers that it needs and then iterating over those headers to apply them to the response. So, yeah. Yeah, okay, this is middlewares. I don't think there's much more I want to say about it, but now we can actually talk about Helmet and cores. Any thoughts, comments, questions about middlewares before we move on to that? Yeah, and so this is technically Node.js. As Olme is saying, I'm lost. So we're in Node.js. We're using this library Express, which lets us build APIs, and we're more so talking about the ability to create and use middlewares within our Express app. But what I will mention is middlewares is a general programming concept. Let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, why do we use middlewares? Why are they useful? It allows us to create something where other developers, when they're using it, can customize it and modify it. Because so we're using the Express library. This is the library that's letting us create APIs. And if they didn't have this utility for us to be able to create our own middlewares, it would be really hard to write code that does this kind of thing. So middlewares are usually introduced in frameworks, in libraries, in runtimes, so that other developers can introduce their own code into the process. I I don't believe headers are case sensitive. Like you can see that when I set it like this, it put it as lowercase, but when the cores module is setting it, it was all uppercase. I think most libraries that are reading headers send them to all lowercase anyways. Yeah, but we'll see you later, Soch King. Can I see your Streamlabs settings for streaming on a Mac? I actually use OBS. Yeah, I don't use Streamlabs. So that's a thing. And I need to review my Streamlabs. My OBS setup at some point. Yeah, and Jahitus Jahituts is asking to see my error handler middleware. So this is another concept in Express where you can register a middleware, but if that middleware takes in 4 arguments or parameters rather than 3, the rec, res, and next, then if an error is passed into next, this is the code that will run. And so we saw earlier that when we passed an error in here, that actually got intercepted here. And so this error is that error that I passed in earlier. And then we can use it. And so you can see that I'm actually just using error.message in the JSON response. And you can format the response however you want. Because I typically build like purely JSON APIs, I'm responding with a JSON object, but some APIs actually do like content type negotiation, where if the incoming request was had an accept type of HTML, the response is actually like an HTML error page rather than JSON. But in my case, I'm just always responding with JSON. Is middleware as a default keyword? Nope. This is a module that I define that's literally just a file called middlewares. But I can call it whatever I want. So this is a file that exports not found and error handler. And then over here, I'm bringing it in, and then I'm registering those middlewares. And so like that's showing you how these libraries work as well, right? Like you don't necessarily have to put all of your middleware code in your app.js file. You can define that function elsewhere, bring it in, and then use those middlewares. Okay, let's talk about Helmet. So the real question was, what middlewares do you use to secure an Express app, and what does each one do? The majority of it all comes from Helmet.js. So you can see my code looks like this. I'm using the Helmet middleware, but all this is doing behind the scenes is it's setting a series of headers. So like in terms of security, Helmet is not a one-stop shop. It's just like it's like the least you can do when building your backend app to make it a little bit more secure. But it's not gonna make your server unhackable or anything like that. It's literally just setting some headers. And if you go to the Helmet website, you can look at all of the headers that they set. Yeah. So typically, what I do is just this, which uses all of the default ones. Yeah, and this is it. It doesn't secure it completely. It has nice defaults. And so when you do this, it's actually setting all of these specific headers, but you also could access these specifically and only set the ones that you want to. And a lot of these come from the OWASP, the Open Web Application Security Project. So this is a project that's all about like they have a wiki. And you might have heard of the OWASP top 10. Like every few years or every year, they publish a list of the top 10 things that you should be securing your app from, your apps from. These are not all of the things you should be securing your apps from. But they are things that they deem the most important and you should at least cover. And a lot of these that they talk about can be mitigated by some of the headers that you set. So for example, cross-site scripting. So XSS is an attack where an attacker can potentially get some malicious code running on your website in the context of some privileged user somehow. And there are a lot of things on the front end you can do to prevent it from happening. Like escaping any user-provided input whenever you're like rendering a template or something like that. Yeah, like this. So my overlay is not vulnerable to this specific cross-site injection attack, because if it was, it would actually we would see an alert that just happened right now, and that's because I'm sanitizing my inputs. But there's a specific header, this XSS filter, and this doesn't stop all cross-site scripting from happening, but it sets specific headers that allow the web browser, whether it's Chrome or Firefox or Safari, to work on your behalf to prevent those types of things from happening. And we can look specifically at the XSS filter. I think each one of these headers that Helmet is setting, they actually have a page that describes what it does. And we need to find that. How do we get there? Typically, sanitizing inputs has to happen manually. It has to happen when you do the thing. Now, there are some, depending on what types of inputs you're trying to sanitize, there are libraries that can help you with that. Like specifically, if you're dealing with stuff that will be inserted into the DOM on a web page, there's DOM Purify. And this is like industry standard for purifying and sanitizing HTML to remove potential cross-site scripting attacks. And this is what I use in the overlay. So this is a great library to use for, like, if for whatever reason you're storing HTML in your database to be rendered, you would potentially want to run it through this before storing it. The other thing is, cross-site scripting is just like one type of potential like script injection that might happen on the front end, but on the back end, you might have, it's possible to have like SQL injection. And for that, you would want some sort of query sanitizer, or you would want to write parameterized queries so that data doesn't get injected there. Okay, how do we find each individual thing? Changelog? Helmet. Middlewares. If we look at XSS protection, README, yes, here it is. Okay, so this is an example of one header that gets set with Helmet. But I'm going to walk through their description because I'll show you that like this doesn't just automatically prevent all cross-site scripting attacks. It prevents specific things that used to be like very common attacks, and it prevents your server, like it prevents those things from happening. Your server prevents that from happening. So let's see. XSS protection is aimed to offer a basic protection against cross-site scripting attacks. However, you probably should disable it, which is what this middleware does. So this middleware sets the XSS protection header to 0. Well, actually, never mind. So this actually turns it off. Let's just look up what this header is for. And so web browsers will look at this header in the response and then do something on your behalf. So let's see what it actually does. It's a feature of Internet Explorer, Chrome, and Safari that stops pages from loading when they detect reflected cross-site scripting attacks. Although these protections are largely unnecessary in modern browsers when sites implement a strong content security policy. We'll talk about that one next. They still provide protections for users of older browsers that don't yet support CSP. I see. So that's why what's actually happening is Helmet is just turning this off because it's a legacy thing. Cool. It's protecting us from protection. Yeah, so it's disabling it because you likely should be using the content security policy header instead. And let's talk about that one because a lot of sites do use this one. And Sarali, thanks for the 14 months. And this is actually like a much better protection for cross-site scripting because your content security policy can explicitly say, only allow scripts that are from this specific domain, or only allow images that are from this domain, or only allow CSS that's from this specific domain. And that way, if your site is somehow vulnerable to getting code injected, and that code tries to load some external JavaScript, if it doesn't match the domains specified in your content security policy, the code won't be allowed to load at all. So, that's what this does. Prevent unwanted content from being injected or loaded into your web pages. And there's a lot of different ways to specify it, but basically what this is saying is the source attribute on anything on your page should only come from yourself, the domain that it is loaded from, or this specific domain, default.example. Yeah, I've beat my head against the wall trying to figure out the syntax for like the specific CSP that I've been setting up before. Yeah. Oh, good luck, Soj King. Yeah, that's good to hear. But yeah, so basically you're saying that these things that load on my page should only be from my specific domain or this specific external domain. And this is, like I said, it's great for protecting against cross-site scripting, because if code gets injected that tries to load from some other server, this is immediately going to stop it from happening. Okay. What more do I want to say about this? Yeah, that's the other, and there are different types of cross-site scripting, right? Because an injection with a remote script attack that would be protected here, because it's preventing the page from loading an external script source, which is typically how someone would need to inject the code, because however they're injecting it may have a character limit, and if they want to run a lot more code, they might load an external script. But what Majestic Eye is talking about is a stored cross-site scripting attack, which is where you actually have data stored in your database that then loads when some other user loads the page. And that script that loads is running in the context of that specific user. So let's say simple user 1 sets their username to be a script tag, and then when the admin logs in and he goes to the users page to look at all of the users, the script that simple user 1 set their name as is actually going to run on the page as the admin that just went to that page. And that's an example of stored cross-site scripting, because it's put in the database and then loaded later on in a secure context. But that's why you should be sanitizing things before you put them into your database, and potentially sanitizing anything that renders on the page. Yeah. And then reflected cross-site scripting, which I'm not familiar with. Let's look it up. Reflected cross-site scripting arises when an application receives data in an HTTP request and includes that data within the immediate response in an unsafe way. Suppose a website has a search function, which receives the user-supplied search term and URL parameter. Oh, sure. So you're saying that the backend would take in some sort of query parameter and include that in the response. So that's reflected. That makes sense. Yeah, which is why you, on your backend, you would sanitize this thing before including it in the response. Yeah. Okay. If we get back to the original question, what middlewares do we use? So short answer, I use Helmet. I typically use all of the defaults, but it's there is no default for content security policy except for just self, and you don't always want that, especially if you're loading external script resources. So typically most of your setup has to go into deciding what content security policy you want to set for your server. So that's the thing. The other aspect of middlewares is authorization. And so let's show an example, authentication and authorization, and let's show an example of that. So let's say, so right now I have this endpoint emojis. External resource like a CDN, exactly. So if you're loading jQuery from jsdeliver.com, you technically need to have jsdeliver.com in your content security policy. And you probably shouldn't do that, because there are so many things that can be hosted on jsdeliver.com that an attacker could potentially get something hosted there somehow, and now your content security policy lets it in. So in the real world and in production apps and secure apps, you probably shouldn't be using CDNs, because that's a potential place that could be compromised, and you're trusting that it's not compromised. Okay, here we are. We have this simple request handler that just responds with 3 emojis. And I can get there by doing this, localhost 9942/API v1/emojis. There we go. I can get the data, no problem. But what if I only want to allow access to this data if you have a specific header set? Yeah, I didn't hear about this, but it seems like it could be a common thing. But yeah, what Hugo Das is saying, did you hear about the sites that allow Cloudflare CDN in their CSP? They allow vulnerable Angular 1 JavaScript because it's hosted there. Yeah, so if at some point a version of Angular got hosted there or published that was vulnerable or compromised in some way, any website that links to it is going to have that vulnerable code. But let's write a middleware. So we want a middleware that looks at the API key header and only allows the request to happen if the API key is correct. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to have a function called has API key. Takes in rec res and next. And the logic here is pretty simple. We'll just say if the request has the X API key header, let's put that in a variable. So if this is set and it is set to some value that we care about, in this case, secret, then we will allow the request to happen. Next, right? We say, okay, yeah, you're good. You got the API key. Go on to the next request handler. If that's not the case, we could do like an early return. This is fine. We'll do a next with an error that says missing API key, like this. Okay. So the middleware is pretty simple. It looks at the header of the incoming request, compares it against some value. Now, right now, this is obviously very simple. We're just comparing it against the word secret, but you could do a database lookup. You could look up in your database to make sure that that API key actually exists. If this were a token, you could validate that the token was signed using your server secret. Basically, right here could be as complex as you want it to be to validate the incoming request. But if it's valid, let the request happen. Otherwise, we're going to throw back an error. Yeah, and so this is exactly what I was saying. Like, basically, instead of this, you could do like jwt.verify, and you could do rec.get the authorization header to verify that specific token. And if the token is valid and not expired, next. Otherwise, you return an error. Although there are some Express middlewares that already exist that do all of that for you. Just like these middlewares, you could literally just do app.use jwt middleware. I forget the names of them, but there are some out there that will just do it for you. You don't have to write it yourself. But if you are doing any sort of like custom role authorization based on the token, you could do that in your own custom middleware. Oh yeah, this will be on YouTube eventually, probably like in a month or so. I'm really behind on my YouTube uploads. But okay, let's actually use this middleware. So I'm going to export the middleware here. Java. Export the middleware here. And then in that emojis route handler, I'm going to use the middleware. And I'll show you how we do that. So let me just say has API key is equal to that. So we're going to bring in that middleware function that we defined. And all I have to do is put it right here. So the way you can think about this is anytime you're registering a route handler, you can specify any number of middlewares. You could do has API key, some other one. You could have an infinite number of them, and they're all going to run in order. So once this middleware calls next, then this middleware will run. And if this middleware calls next, then this one will run, and then this one, and then this one. Obviously, they're all the same, but they could be different. And then eventually, if we make it here, then it's going to respond with the emojis. But for now, we just need one. And because we've added that, it should now return an error because I don't have the API key set. So if we go back to the browser and I try to request this, we're missing an API key. Now to actually set the API key, I need like a HTTP client. So somebody mentioned one. There's one in there's a lot. I typically use Insomnia. What's the one? There's one in VS Code that everybody's using these days. I'm going to try it. Thunder Client? Is that the one? Thunder Client, 139,000 downloads. This is the one. Yeah. This is basically just Insomnia or Postman in your VS Code. So that's a thing. Where is it? Here it is. So here's what I want to do. I want to make an HTTP request that goes to this specific URL. So I'm making a GET request to emojis. And if I do this right now, we get back missing API key, but I can specify a header. So in my headers here, I'll say X API key is equal to something random, and it should still break because the API key is not what I need it to be. But if I set it to secret, there we go. We get back that secret data. What is the process thing you're talking about? Somebody mentioned that earlier. Process.env? What? What? I don't know. But that's an example of an authorization middleware. It basically checks the header, and if it's valid, it will allow the request to happen. So to your question, what middlewares do I use? Like often I have custom middlewares, like depending on the specific business use case that I'm writing, I'll have middlewares that check the request to make sure they validate all of the business rules in order to allow that request to happen. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good thing to point out. Majestic Guy is saying, adding that middleware to a single route will only run it on that route. Exactly. So right now we're getting this missing API key on /emojis, but if I go to the root of the API, that still works because I only registered that middleware right here. But if I were to register it globally, like if I were to go back to app.js and register it right here, now that applies to every single request, meaning every request must have an API key. And you might want that. Sometimes that's the case. Like every request needs to have it, but it's also that it's usually the case that you have some protected routes and some open routes, and so you can explicitly add that middleware only where it's needed. I think the other interesting thing is because this is a router, I can say router.use has API key like that, and now if I were to define other routes like route.get balloon. Now, any route I define in here goes through this middleware first. So not only am I protecting /emojis, I'm also protecting emojis /balloon, missing API key. But if I include the API key here, we should be able to get back that balloon, and we do. So yeah, that's another important thing to point out. Like you can use it for the entire router. Router is kind of just like a mini app. You can use it for individual requests, or you could use it for the entire app. It's totally up to your specific use case. Yeah. The code t-shirts are gone. They were only on sale for a couple of weeks and never again. So there are some other shirts that are available if you check out the Teespring. How do we get to Teespring? Yeah, this is gonna break, but if you go to the root website, Coding Garden Creator Spring, you can still buy this t-shirt, and then there's also just the single code t-shirt, and there's the Code Red t-shirt, and for some reason, the JS flower isn't there anymore. I wonder why not. Oh well. It ships anywhere that Teespring will, and I do think they ship most places. Okay. Any further questions, One Computer Guy, before we move on to the next one? But hopefully that gave you a good idea of what I do. Like I said, like Helmet is only it's good at a surface level, but for the majority of your app, you have to write your own custom middlewares to do the secure things that you want it to do. And when it comes to specific things like sanitizing inputs, like it's up to you to write the code to do that inside of a route that's like inserting into a database or something like that. I've tried Svelte before, yeah. You wear that shirt on your first date. Cool. Glad to hear it, One Computer Guy. Hopefully that was useful. All right, yeah, so just like Majestic Guy said, if you have asked a question, type ! here. It'll bubble up to the top, and we'll try to answer it. We'll answer this one from the She-Boss right now, who says, what is the best way to add unit or integration tests for a large new code base that you've just been introduced to? I don't know if I'm going to be able to come up with any code examples, but I can talk theoretically. So I think like this often happens in the real world when you're out in the real world. You come across a large code base that potentially doesn't have any tests, a legacy code base that somebody else wrote. That developer isn't at the company anymore, and so if you want to reliably make updates to the site or to the code base, you probably want to add some tests just to make sure that you're not breaking things. But what's up, Aboot Gaming? Thanks for being here. So I think that is one way to approach it. Like, and especially if you're learning the project, you probably want to top priority is identify like which pieces of the app are used most often, right? And those are probably the things you should write tests for. And you could maybe, if there's documentation already about business use cases and sample inputs and sample outputs, you can use those as like your test fixtures. But that's kind of what you want to do. You basically want to, and also to understand the app, and especially if it's a new job and a new domain, write tests that do the things that normal users would do, and then go from there. Because I think writing those tests are going to give you a better idea of how the code works and how things interact, and then you can write further tests from there. But I would say in general, it's a tricky situation to be in, because especially if it's a really large code base and there's so much stuff. I will say if it's a large code base and there are existing tests, that's actually a really good way to get up to speed on the code base, because you can look at the tests, and if the tests are written well, get a good idea for how the system behaves and how things interact. Sequel Quarter says, worse is when they were promoted in the company and the code is beyond terrible. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, at the end of the day, users don't care about the quality of the code. They care if the app works. And so if the app works, obviously from like a business perspective, that person potentially deserves a raise or a promotion because they got the thing and they got the company more money and they got more clients. And it's usually not based on the quality of your code. It's sad to say, but the majority of the coding world doesn't actually, the majority of the code that you write in the world doesn't, people don't care about craftsmanship. I'll say that. Like your boss doesn't care if this is like the best function you've ever written. It just has to get the job done. So yeah, I do. Yeah, I work as a software consultant, Soj King. So obviously that was a very hand-wavy answer. Hopefully that helped the she-boss. But yeah, I would basically my answer is to just start. Yeah. There are tests for others. Okay. And you could use those others as an example for the kind of tests that you need to write. And I guess it also depends on the code base. Like, I don't know if you're working in Java or in JavaScript, but figure out what is the best framework to use for that thing and get it up and going. And then just start writing some tests. You just got to start. Yeah, like anything in life, just do it. You want it fast, cheap, or reliable? Pick two. Yeah, cool. All right, let's answer another one. Wait, I did not say that. Cookies agree. Unit test, integration test. Yeah. Step. Always try to, step through the entire app for sure. So depending on the environment that you're in, you can set a bunch of breakpoints, if it's a backend app, make a request, see what code is hit, follow the breakpoints to get an idea. And then if it's not an API, if it's just like a desktop app or something like that, you can still set breakpoints and get an idea for what code calls what and how things work out. Yeah. If you hate writing tests, wouldn't it be detest? I detest. Let's answer this one from Skyray. What are your thoughts on the HATEOAS or HATEOAS patterns for APIs? I've looked at it before. I think anything that tries to standardize something is fine. I think it's better than completely non-standard things. But also, I think sometimes like HATEOAS can get a little bit overboard. And you can have like really, really bulky responses because you're including links to other resources. And I think in general, so like this, for those of you that haven't heard of it before, so this is Hypermedia as the engine of application state. And it's a way of writing REST APIs where your responses hate on us. where your responses look like this, where you include the specific thing that was requested. So in this case, they're requesting account information. And then you also include links to other resources that describe that specific account. So this is saying if you want to deposit into the account, you can hit this endpoint. If you want to withdraw, you can hit this endpoint. If you want to transfer or close it, you can hit these endpoints. And so it's like embedded API documentation in your responses. And what's interesting is you can actually write code that directly accesses these properties to then use those as the URLs that it's making requests to. Excuse me. I'll say in practice, I've maybe encountered like one API that was written this way. I think it's fine. I think in general, you're going to have to look at the API documentation anyways as a developer. So it's all right. But I think at the same time, it potentially forces you to document your API in this way if you have no documentation at all. So it's fine. Those are my thoughts. It's fine. I think potentially if you're doing this, it's better than having no documentation at all. But I don't personally reach for it. I'll say that. Yeah, thanks for the question. The plural of middleware is middleware. I still like to say middlewares. I like to say Pokemons too. And the plural of Pokemon is, I think, just Pokemon. What's the difference between a consultant and a developer of software? So, I mean, I am a software developer, but I am also a consultant. So, like, software developer is my, like, that's what I do. But the job of a consultant is typically to consult or, like, to work on different types of projects. You have different types of clients and different types of businesses. Basically, our company builds software for other companies that need software. And so part of my job as a consultant is to help them figure out what kind of software they need. Like I consult on that or help them figure out the kinds of solutions that they might need. But at the end of the day, I'm still writing software. It's just, I'm not, you would contrast that with like a software developer that might work at a product company. So somebody that works at Twitch is developing Twitch.tv. They're working on a specific product versus I'm building software for other companies that come to my company and ask us to build software for them. Yeah. All right. Chief Mastardo asks, what framework would you suggest for making a web dashboard which lists and manages support tickets? I would suggest that you don't write it from scratch. There are plenty of open source projects out there that exist that you can just use that give you all of that. If you just search for open source ticketing system, you'll find that. Yeah, so OS Ticket is one that we here at the Coding Garden we looked into. I think it was OS Ticket because we were actually talking about having a ticket system for managing like issues in Discord and like mod requests and stuff like that. So that's one. There's some others. You could search for like Node.js open source ticketing system and see what's out there as well, especially if you're looking for something that's in JavaScript. TrueDesk is one that I've encountered recently, but it looks like this. It has a dashboard, ticket management, and stuff like that. So I'm wanting to hook into a Discord JS bot I'm writing. I see. So I think whatever open source system you choose, you should look for one that has an API, because you could write a Discord bot that when it receives a specific command like !create ticket or !help, the user enters in their query, inside of your Discord bot, you could call the API of the ticket system to actually create a ticket. So, or you could write directly to the database that it uses if you really wanted to. But I know that TrueDesk itself actually provides an API, and OS Ticket might as well. So I think that's your integration path, is like find an open source ticketing system and then use its available APIs to create the tickets based on incoming Discord messages. That's how I would do it. You also could write it all from scratch. Can I explain server-side rendering and serverless architecture? Possibly. I think I've talked about this a lot before. Let's do a quick pass of a lot of the questions and then pick a couple of them to answer. Yeah, cool. Good to hear it, Chief Mustardo. S-Fox is saying, what do I think about web components? You think they are as viable as the big three front-end frameworks? I think we're not quite there yet. I think that's the hope. that's the hope of the web, is that that eventually the front-end frameworks, a lot of the code and things that they have in the framework themselves to make front-end websites work, a lot of that starts to melt away, and then you can just use some of the native features of the browser. But what I potentially see happening is not that the big three front-end frameworks like React, Angular, and Vue, I don't see them going away. I see them adopting the use of web components internally. And some of them have already done that and can interop with web components. Because at the end of the day, like, you're not going to really, I don't think we're going to see any sort of like state management built into web browsers, or client-side routing built into web browsers, or DOM diffing. I mean, maybe that'll show up in web browsers. But like, those are the things that these frameworks actually provide, and web components is just a way to create a custom component that can render on a page. You still need a way of managing state for that thing and managing updates to it. So I think that's what the front-end frameworks are going to bring to it. So, yeah. But for those of you that haven't heard of web components, let's just look at them really quick. This is a literal web browser standard that allows you to create custom HTML elements that will render in the browser. So, for example, let's see an example. Web components here. Excuse me. Oh. This is a whole repo. What I want to show you is this. So this is just regular plain old HTML file. And in it, we see this element, popup-info. That's not in the HTML standard. Well, in this JavaScript file, they've actually defined what should happen when the web browser sees this specific element. Just like in React or Vue, you can have custom elements. That's basically what it allows you to do, but it's supported in the web browser itself. And if we look at the actual code for it, we create a class that extends from HTML element, and then we register it here to say that in the DOM, whenever we see this specific element, we should use this class to instantiate it. And then you can define all the stuff that happens on that specific element, like what to do with props. And an interesting thing about web components is they allow you to like isolate styles. So you can have a specific component that defines its styles, and those styles are only applied to that specific element. They don't leak out. They don't touch or modify anything else, even if there are name collisions. So because you can see here in their CSS, like they literally have a CSS selector for image setting the width. But because this element, no, I think just in general, because this style tag, so this is a style tag that gets appended as a child of the element, because it's within that web component, this style is only going to apply to images inside of popup-info. It's not going to apply to other things. Yeah. Oh yeah, we didn't update the topic. We're talking about web components. I'll just do this. Cool. Well, capital A, answering questions. Yeah, thanks, Andrew. So that's what web components are. Basically, and it's supported natively in web browsers. If we look at caniuse.com, we can see what web browsers support it. Custom elements, absolutely zero support in IE. And then you can see the support here. So it's a thing. I don't think it's going to replace front-end frameworks. I think it's just going to allow them to work more efficiently and have more support. Yeah. Oh, nice, Andrew. I kind of want to use it. First message true. Yeah. This is the same as support for React or Vue, right? No, not quite. So there are web standards. There's a body of people, the WWC, the World Wide Web Consortium, and they get to decide what should be the standard for the World Wide Web, and then web browsers get to decide to implement those things. So specifically, like the fact that I can do custom elements.define component in the web browser without using any external library. I don't have to add a JavaScript file in the ones that support it. I don't have to add any JavaScript file. It just works. I can say custom elements.define component. That means it's built into the browser and it's a specific standard. Now, when you look at something at like Vue.js or React, they're using features of the web browser. For example, Vue 3 uses the proxy object and proxies. I mean, React just uses, I actually don't know what specific things, but like document.create element. Vue and React both use those things. What are some other browser APIs they might use? Things like that. So React and Vue use browser APIs, but they themselves are not browser standards. They are libraries that use the things provided by web browsers. And technically, you could have a library that uses web components under the hood. So like a Vue could be written in that when you're creating your custom elements behind the scenes, it actually is using web components. It's not. I think eventually they might be, but right now it's not. Yeah. Yeah. But it's a similar idea. And like that's why things like Vue and React exist, is because, and Angular and all the others, is because as developers, we wanted to be able to create reusable components. And because of that, it became a browser standard. But this is, while it's the same in that it's custom components, it's different in the way it's going about it. I'll say that. All right, let's answer some more questions. What's up, Tucson? All right, if you've asked a question, type exclamation mark here and it'll bubble up. Golang, win. I mean, I guess I could do like a code kata in Go, or I could try. Shoelace.style. Yeah, there's also lit elements, I think it's called. Oh, cool. Yeah, so this, what we're saying here is this actually provides web components like SL button. So this is written using web components. And when you add it to your page behind the scenes, it's actually using web components. And then they're using lit. Let's look that up really quick. Lit HTML. Yeah, I guess a Polymer is another, like a library from Google that helps you with building web components. All right. How do nested arrow functions work? John, I think you're still here. What do you mean by this? Can you clarify? Like, what do you mean by nested arrow functions? Do I mean that web components in the DOM are not converted as divs or button, which React is? No, I mean that React and Vue don't use custom elements.create element. They don't use the web components API. That's what I mean. React and Vue have their own way of creating elements on the page that is different from web components. At the end of the day, it behaves in a similar way, that it gives you a reusable component, but the actual implementation is very different. Oh yeah, Stencil is another one that you can look into. This website was built with Vue. And actually, if you look at the source, yeah, it's not even, I'm not even using the CLI. It's just using, I think like Parcel. But you can see all of my templates are literally in the HTML. And then if we find the source file, this brings in Parcel and Vue and all that other stuff. Yeah. If you asked a question here, it will be there. Oh, so what John is saying what Andrew said. So how does a nested arrow function work? Function within a function. I mean, it's technically a function that returns a function. Yeah. let's show some code. Let's show some code. Yeah, you could call it a factory function. It is a function that returns a function, and that the function that returns a function could do custom things based on that. Yeah. Allow you to follow along. Okay, I'll go slow enough. And yeah, so the simple fact that we have a function inside of a function means that we have access to the closure, to the scope of the outer function in the inner function. I can never think of like a good example for this, but like let's show it in the most abstract way, just like we saw in the one that Andrew sent. So say thing equals a function that returns a function like this. Wow. Okay. I mean, and technically this is. That's how it wants me to write it, because it simply just returns a string. Now let's think about this, and I want you to like potentially don't run this code. I want you to use your JavaScript brain to tell me what is result. What are we getting back here? What's the type of this thing that we're logging? What is it? Think to yourself, what is it? Look at the code. Look at line 5. What is it? What are we getting back? It's a function. Yeah. I mean, to a beginner or maybe someone that's like not used to seeing this syntax, you might think that you're getting back this, but you're literally getting back a function. So like, and I mean, to be much more explicit, this is what's happening, right? We have a function, when invoked returns a function, and then this thing, when invoked, returns wow, right? This is, excuse me, this is what we're looking at. So when I say thing with, excuse me, parentheses here, that's this function. And then we're actually just getting back this function. So if I run this code, we're literally just going to see a function, because we're getting back a function. We're not getting back, we're getting back a function that returns wow, not the actual value wow. So it's a function. We get a function. Now, you ask the question, how do we actually get back wow? Well, because result is a function, we need to invoke result. So if we do this, that will actually give us back the return value. Yeah, and then you get into this weird syntax of like double parentheses, but I'll show you. I'll talk about like how you can think about it. So we got back a function, and because we got back a function, we can't invoke it, right? The other thing is, like, we don't need to do this. We don't need any intermediary variables. The way to think about this is, okay, what is JavaScript going to resolve this to? This resolves to a function. And because that resolves to a function, I can do that. Meaning I want to invoke the function that it resolved to. Yeah, so I mean, to just get it all in one go, you would say thing like that. And so and for those of you like newer to code in JavaScript, that's how you can think about this and how you kind of want to read code. Read it from left to right. So what is thing? Thing is a function. All right, because the function is defined here, this is actually a function invocation. So what does this return? This returns a function. All right, so if we think about this as a function, and now we have this, we're actually invoking it. What does that return? That returns wow. So this entire expression resolves to the word wow. That's how you should think about it when you see the code. Because ultimately, when I run this, we're going to see, wow. All right, see you later, S-Fox. Have a good sleep. Yeah, you absolutely can. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to go about it, but we could log that. We could do this, and that's going to give us back the same thing as putting it in a variable. Wow. What's up, Panda? This is code. We're talking about code. The question we have right now is, what are the mechanics of a function in a function? So hopefully that helps, John. Yeah, we can get into weird stuff. So actually, let's do this. I'm gonna put this code, and I want you to tell me what are we gonna get with this. And try to think about it in the way that I just talked about, right? Okay, so if we read it from left to right, we have a function here, and it's not going to print a function. No, it's actually just going to print the word wow. And I think this is for those of you that are new to coding and like new to JavaScript. This is one way to think about how expressions resolve, right? Because this whole thing is in parentheses, let's just think about it. Let's not care about the actual implementation. Let's just think, this is some result, right? And then, or this is some function, and then we're invoking that function. So if we're invoking that function, then technically, just this code is the thing that is running here. And then thing returns a function that returns hello. So technically, it's kind of like this. And then that whole thing is being immediately invoked. And then if we're immediately invoking that, then we're actually getting hello. So it actually is just giving us back hello, because it's an immediately invoked function expression that returns the value of invoking that function, which invokes that function. Yeah. And I would say this isn't necessarily just a weird JavaScript thing. This is just functional programming. I mean, you have functions that return functions. Like, functions are first-class values, first-class citizens in JavaScript. You can return functions. This isn't a feature of a lot of languages. Like, in a lot of languages, you can't just pass functions around like this. But in JavaScript, you can. And because an expression evaluates to a function, you can use this syntax to invoke it. Yeah. Okay, that was fun. Thanks for the question. Let's see what else we got. This is the first time I'm seeing so many brackets in one line. Yeah, and a quick plug for one of the older videos that I did on higher order functions. So this was a 3-part series where I paired with an absolute beginner and talked about for each, map, filter, reduce, and some of the other ones. But the very first episode, we started at the base level of like why and what is it that, how can we pass functions around like this? What does this even mean? And then that leads into talking about some of the higher order methods. So if you're new to all of that, I think this is a pretty good resource. Just talk, and actually we had a very similar exercise where we showed a function that returns a function and we wanted to invoke it. So yeah, check that out. And then there's part 1 only talks about map, but also has all of the precursor, all of the stuff you need to know to really understand for each and map. And then the second video talks about filter, and the last one talks about reduce. How does text compression work? I mean, there are a lot of different types of compressions. First of all, I don't think I have a good answer to this. I don't claim to have a good answer to this. But one way to think about it is simple replacement, right? Like, if you could say that every time I see this sequence of 8 characters, I'm going to replace it with this unique value that is not reproducible by any other sequence of 8 characters. So if, and again, this is like in the dumbest, simplest terms. So let's say whenever I see AA, B, C, D, that corresponds to the capital letter A, and it only ever corresponds to the capital letter A. And then when I see some other character sequence, that corresponds to the letter D. Now, what I could say then is, because I know the compression algorithm, I know that when I see an A, it actually corresponds to those 8 characters, and when I see a D, it corresponds to those 8 characters. I can send capital AD across the network, and then on the other side, we can decompress it, because we're basically doing like a substitution for each of the characters because we know what they represent. Now, that is a gross simplification of compression, but that's one way to think about it. if you think if somebody was mentioning like WinRAR, so like RAR files or zip files, they have an actual compression algorithm for finding like similar chunks of data within a given thing of data and creating like a lookup table, so that way if something is repeated many times within that data, they actually only have to represent it once in a simple way, and then they can say just use that data in multiple places. Again, a gross simplification, but for the most part, it's just kind of just it's just substitution, substitution with extra steps. Yeah, and if you watch Silicon Valley, it's all about audio compression. They talk about compression a lot. That's all I'm going to say about that, and that's all I really know about compression. I think if I really wanted to figure it out, really wanted to write my own compression algorithm, I probably could, but in my day-to-day, I don't really need to know that much about it. Run length encoding is the easiest way to explain compression. Let's look it up. Run length encoding. I'm not even trying to understand this topic. RLE, a form of lossless data compression. Yeah, that's the other thing to think about is like when you're compressing something, you could potentially not care about data loss. And typically we think of lossy data compression when we're thinking about like audio or video sent across the web. Because for instance, I'm streaming at 1080p. So I'm sending data to Twitch's streaming servers. That is 1080 pixels resolution, 1080 pixel, 1080 by 720, I guess. And that's the data that I'm sending to Twitch. But you may be on a slower connection, and maybe you don't want to have to download that 1080p 1080p stream, so you're downloading it as 480p. Well, the conversion from 1080p to 480p has to result in some data loss. Because it's less, it's smaller. So basically we're reducing the amount of data that we're sending across. And so that's an example of compression, but you're actually losing data. Lossless compression is when I decompress it, I'm getting back the original thing. Yeah, I'm getting back the original thing, and there is no loss of data. Yeah, and technically it's downscaling, but it also is compressing it in a way. But the process of downscaling is basically like averaging pixels together. So if you go from something this big to something this small, basically all of the areas that got smaller, you have to average their pixels to get smaller. I don't know. There's other types of compression too. Yeah, but let's read about this. Okay, so in which runs of data sequences are stored as a single data value and count rather than as the original run. Ah, yeah. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier, where like, because there are 12 W's here, a compressed version of this is 12W, and then the number of B's, and then the number of W's, and the number of B's. So basically, I can represent this really, really long text string here as 12W, 1B, 12W, 3B, 24W, 1B, 14W. And I could write code that takes this as an input and produces this as an output. And that's my decompression algorithm. I'm basically decompressing this smaller string into this larger string. Deflate is what they're calling it here. So that's fun. Should we code it? Should we actually write the code that does this? Maybe. Do it. What would happen if there are numbers in it? Then this specific compression algorithm probably wouldn't work. Yeah, this has to be specific to letters, because if there were numbers, then we wouldn't know how to differentiate. I mean, we have to come up with our own way of notating that something is maybe we put the letter in front of it, and then we know that it's a number and not a repetition. Yeah. Please code it. Yeah, I would say you could probably find a problem like this on Code Wars or on Clash of Code. But let's do it. Let's do run length encoding. Yeah. Code it as a middleware. No. Run length compression. Let's close this. Okay, so we have a function that says compress, and it takes in the input. I guess we could write some basic tests. So let's do just a simple test here. So I want to assert that when I call compress with that input that was provided on Wikipedia, that should be equal to the output that we expect it to be. This. So when I call compress with this, it should be equal to this. Oh, happy birthday, Joanna. We'll have to sing your birthday. Remind me after this. We'll sing your birthday. Happy birthday. Cool. So if I run this code, it should throw an error because right now this returns undefined, and we are asserting that those two things are equal. Assertion! The expression evaluated to a falsy value. Let's take a quick stretch. This is an example of a very basic test. Earlier we were talking about testing code. Tests are just code that tests your other code. So this code is testing that this code is working as intended, and right now it's not. Let's get it working. So I'm going to do it in the most straightforward way possible. We're not going to use any built-in functions. We're literally just going to look at this input one letter at a time, and we'll have a counter, and wait, I don't think I copied that right. Oh no! I copied the wrong one. That was a different output. I think I got the right. Yeah, I got the right input, but I got the wrong output. This is the output. It's still not going to work because I haven't actually written the code, but let's do it. So I think what I want is a place to store the current letter. So I want to know what letter am I counting. A place to store the current count. So as I iterate, I want to keep track of how many of that thing I've seen. And then a place to store. I need a place to store the compressed string, right? So the actual output that I'm generating. Okay, so this is my setup. These are the variables that I need. Oh yeah, we'll do a decompress after for sure. So these are the variables that I need, and then we actually need to do the compression. So I'm going to iterate over each letter in input. So I'm going to look at every letter in the input. We'll say if the current letter is not equal to the current letter. In the input. So basically what I'm talking about is a place to store the current letter, and that's not equal to the letter itself. So this is going to start off as nothing. We'll say this initialize current iterable letter. Yeah, we'll actually write the code and then we'll come up with variable names. So when we start off our program, this place to store the current letter starts off as an empty string. The count is going to start off as 0. And then the compressed string is going to start off as an empty string because we're going to be building that up. But I'm going to compare the current letter in the input, like W, to the current letter we have stored. If it is not equal, then I'm going to assign it. So I'll say set current letter to the current letter. And then set count to 1 because this is the first one that we've seen. We're on it right now. We'll say else if the current letter is equal. Revive Newt, what's up, friend? Thanks for that tier 3 sub, much appreciated. If the current letter is equal to the current letter, what do? We increment the count because this would be in this case the second W that we see, and then the third and the fourth. So we're incrementing count each time. And And that mainly should handle it. The only case we need to handle now is actually generating the compress string. So right here, set the current letter to the current letter, set count to 1. Right here we'll say if the current letter and count have a value, like they're not the initial empty values, append count and value to the compress string. Right, so and this handles the case when we get to like the B here. So the code the pseudocode, this is pseudocode. The pseudocode we've written so far is like calculating all these W's, right? And when we get to this last W, it's going to be 12. The count will be 12, and the current letter is W. We get to B. The current letter W is not equal to the letter B. So we check, we do have a value for count and we do have a value for W. So we're going to append 12 and W to the compress string. And then we set the current letter to B and the current count to 1. And then we go around the next time, but now we're at W. So we're back here again and we append to the compress string 1B, which is what we should see here. And then we start counting W's. This is it. This is the code. This is the code we need. Let's turn it into actual code because these are just comments. Wouldn't it be great if we could write code like this? Python. This is basically Python, right? So we have our current letter, and that it starts off as an empty string. Great. We have our count, and that starts off as 0, and then we have our compress string, and that starts off as an empty string or COBOL. Yeah. So we have all of our stuff initialized. So now this is actual JavaScript code. These are the variables that we need. Now we need to iterate over input. I'm just going to do a for loop. Super basic for loop. Start at 0 while I is less than input.length. I plus. And then we do all of this stuff inside of the input. So the letter will be equal to input at I. So this is the letter in the input that we're comparing to see and put into our compress string. Now we do the logic. If the current letter is not equal to the letter that we're on right now, this goes here. Don't forget to add to the compress string the last letter not done. Oh, good call, good call, good call. Yeah. Here, really this. And then lastly, we need to return the compress string. Okay, so current letter starts off as empty. That's not going to be equal to W, which is the first letter that we see. So we need to assign them. I'm just going to do that right here. So I'll say the current letter is going to equal that letter that we're looking at right now, and the count is now 1 because it's the first one that we've seen. And then the simplest case here is we just see that letter again, and then we increment the count. Like that. Great. Now, we actually need to handle this case where we're moving on to the next letter. We need to put the letter that we're moving on from into the compress string. So we'll say if current letter is a thing and count is a thing, then we are going to append it to the compress string. So we'll say compressed, and then the compress string needs to have the count and then the letter itself. So count plus current letter. Now, am I going to get nan here because I'm adding a number and a string? Or is it going to convert the number to a string? Who's to say? We'll fix it if that happens. And so that should handle it. And then the one thing to think about is, like in this case, okay, so we appended B to the compressed string, and then we come across W, right? And then we keep incrementing the count. So we just do count, and then we get to the end, and we actually haven't run this code. because there is no other letter after the last W, which is why after the loop we actually need to do this again. Because if we get to the end of the loop, we actually haven't appended it yet, and so we will append it there. And then lastly, we just return compressed. All right, we've got our compression. Does it work? It didn't throw an error, so I guess it does. So first try. If we log out this, we should see, oh, you can't see it. This, 12W, 1B, 12W, 3B, 24W, 1B, 14W. Yeah. Test the empty string. It should just be the empty string. Compress. And not now, or okay, not now. Thank you for the gifted sub. Yeah, it works on empty strings too, mainly because I had this check here, like if it actually is a thing. Okay, so it works. This code is extremely verbose. There's probably like a really functional way we could do it. I don't think I'm even going to do that. For all you people out there that want to like use reduce, like technically we could use a reduce here, but I'm not gonna turn this into a reduce. I could, just know I'm capable, but I'm not going to, because I like how explicit and verbose this code is. I feel like any beginner programmer that knows about variables, loops, strings, and string concatenation could understand this code. Yeah, all right, now let's do a decompress. You're totally right. That's actually going to be a whole lot easier, the decompress. It needs data types. No, it doesn't. Look, like this code works perfectly fine without a single data type annotation. It doesn't need types. Types are a developer, what's the word? Developer comfort. They are not needed at all. Okay, so we have a function called a decompress, or nicety, yeah. So we're going to write a function decompress that takes in a compressed string that looks like this and outputs through a crutch. I wouldn't go that far. Because I mean, I will say a lot of people use it as a crutch. Yeah. Instead of just understand your code. You don't need types, just understand the code. I don't know. Decompress. So we get a string that looks like this, and we need to output a string like this. So we need a place to store the decompressed string, all right? And that's initialized to an empty string. Easy. So start off with empty. Now we need to iterate over the compressed string. This one's going to be a little bit trickier because we basically have to look at each character, and then so if the character we're looking at is a number, we keep track of that. But then the moment we come across a letter, we append to the decompressed string. Yeah, you could use a regular expression to do this, but yeah, but we're not gonna. It's fine. So iterate over the compressed string, which means we need a place to store the current count part. And what I mean by that, and so this is initialized to empty string. What I mean by that is, if we start looking at this letter by letter, we're going to come across the 1, and we need to hold on to that. And then we're going to look at the next thing, and we're going to see, oh, it's a 2. We need to hold on to that. Now we have the number 12. And then we look at the next thing, and we see it's a W. So now I use 12 as a number, not as a string, to repeat W that many times. And we'll potentially, we'll have to loop. So like, once we've figured out the number of times we need to repeat, we'll have an inner loop that repeats that many times the current letter that we just came across. All right, so we're iterating over the compressed string. We'll say, if the current letter is a number, append the number to the current count. If the current letter is a letter, I'll say character. If the current character is a number, all right, so At this point, we're figuring out, okay, 1, 2, we get to W. All right, we have the number 12. So if the current character is a letter, we need to iterate up to the current count and append the current letter to the decompressed string. And here we will reset current count to empty and reset current letter to empty. Done. That's our code. All right. So we need a place to store the decompressed string. Starts off as the empty string. And then we have like current count, and that starts off as a string. And then we need to iterate over the compressed string. So we'll say let I equal 0, while I is less than compressed.length. Increment I on each iteration. And now we'll do the business. So keep track of the character instead. There's always one character followed by a number. Yeah, I'm thinking about this just from a very straightforward, from beginning to end way. There are other ways to think about it. Like, I mean, we could potentially extract, like we could write a regular expression that extracts out all the numbers and the corresponding value, and then iterate over that. That'd be really easy. But yeah, and so count is not a number because we are coming across it one character at a time. It will be a number whenever we need to repeat, but to start off, it has to be a string because we're looking at it one character at a time. And we don't know if it's going to be a 3-digit number or a 1-digit number, which is why I'm starting it off as a string. So yeah, all right. If the current character is a number, yeah, so we'll say character is the compressed string at that given index. So this is, for example, in the case we're testing it with, is going to give us back the number 1. And so we'll say if that character is not nan, meaning it is a number, then we are going to append it to the current count. Like this. So we'll say current count plus equal character. And so that's going to give us a string with the value 1 inside of it. And then when we come back around, we're going to come across 2, and then that will append it here. And now current count has 12 inside of it. And then the next time we come around, we're going to see a W, and that's where we handle it here. So I'll say else we've got ourselves a letter. And I don't really even need to check this because I've already checked. If character was nan, then that means it's a letter. And so we need to loop up to the current count. So we'll say let j equal 0, while j is less than the current count. And this string, we need to turn it into a number so that way we can iterate up to it. Though technically, I actually don't think we need to. Because it's JavaScript, it's just going to work. It's going to iterate up to that number. And so I'm going to leave it that way. So we're in this case, we're iterating up from 0 up to 12. And that's where we need to append to the decompressed string. So I'll say a decompressed string. We're going to add the current character that we're on, which is the thing that we need to repeat. Yeah, we absolutely could use string repeat. We could use built-in methods. I just like doing this with, I guess this could be a const, with no built-in methods, just to show like the very logical way of thinking about it. Like if you knew nothing except for how to iterate and how to do these things. Okay, so we're repeating it, and then we'll reset the count. So we'll say current count is nothing, and we don't even need to keep track of the current letter, so that's not a thing. Yeah, and at this point, we should be done. And I think the last thing we always come across is a letter, so we don't have to do that thing where outside of the loop we need to keep doing stuff. So I think right here we can just return decompressed. And it should work the opposite way. So if I assert that decompress with this should give me back the value this. All right. Is it going to work? Will this code work? Let's do a prediction. Have I done anything wrong? And I'm not going to update it. It's very possible that I did something wrong here. But I'm going to let you look at this code. And you can vote. Yeah. Well, we're actually going to do a straight up prediction. Wait, did one of the mods do it? No, okay, just making sure. Will this work as intended without errors? So I'm being very explicit. It has to work, and there have to be no errors. You can vote for yes, or you can vote for no. You have 30 seconds. Vote now. And I'll show you the code. Quick explanation, 0xfab is asking. Do strings in a Boolean comparison context really evaluate to a number? No, I think this comparison here, so current count is technically a string, and we're comparing a number to a string. I actually don't think it gets coerced, but, well, the number doesn't get coerced. Or sorry, the string doesn't, but the number potentially gets coerced to a string, and then it does an ASCII code comparison. Which actually, I'll remind me to test that, because basically what we need to do is we need to see is 100 as a string less than the string 2, and I think it actually is. So this only works because we're dealing with small numbers. Yeah. All right. Okay, so you predicted. You had 30 seconds. Here we go. We're going to run the code. Do we get an error? No error. No error. What we need to log actually is the decompress, though. Ta-da! We've done it! Lemon coding! What's up, friends? Thanks for that raid. Right now we are demonstrating run length compression. Look, would you look at that? And congrats to everyone that guessed it right. But basically what we did is we wrote a compression algorithm and a decompression algorithm. So we wrote an algorithm that will take this string and compress it into this, and then we just wrote the algorithm that'll take this and decompress it into this. Thank you, Minotaro. But what were you working on, lemon coding? Godot. Godot? What's Godot? Godot? Wait, is this virtual reality? Or is it the Go? Is Godot a language? I've literally never heard of Godot. Yeah, but I'll go ahead and pay out to the prediction. It's a game engine. Oh, did the mods already do it? The mods did it. I didn't know the mods had Wait, did you? The answer was yes. Did you say no? Did you do it wrong? It should have been yes. No. Oh well. That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. Oh, Godot is a game engine working in C#. Very cool. Well, my friends, that teaches you not to gamble. Gambling is bad. Yeah. It was about half and half anyways. Let's just assume it broke. No, we can't fault Andrew. He did his best. Andrew's been working hard this stream. He's been updating my overlay. I'm not mad at him at all. Not at all. I think it's hilarious. Cool. Yeah, so that's compression, and that's fun. Let it be known that there are much shorter ways to write this code, but I want it to be verbose. I want people to really, really be able to understand it. Okay. Yeah, the problem with like a recount is that like I could say, okay, vote for the same thing again, and then I'll just give you your points back. But people aren't going to do that. People, so. Oh yeah, I'll push this code up for sure. Oh yeah, I forgot we talked about middlewares. Okay. Yeah, I'll say ultimately we don't really use points for that much on the stream anyways. So, does it really matter? No, yeah, I think that's a good point, Avion. As an exercise for you, you should take this run length compression program that I wrote, and you should refactor it, make it better. And objectively better. Like, not objectively. You try to make it better however you think. What does better mean to you? Yeah. Cool. Let's check that out. The Huffman coding. Yeah, so I haven't looked into that one much. I've heard of it. That could be interesting. Thank you, Shrizard. Okay. I probably need to take another break. I've been streaming for like an hour. I'll answer this one. It's not even on the question and answer website. But basically, for those of you that just came in, what we've been doing today is we're pulling questions from vox.coding.garden. You can type !ask in the chat followed by your question. It'll show up here. You can upvote other people's questions, stuff like that. I'm 27. Is it too late to learn coding? Absolutely not. I used to be an instructor at a coding school, and I had students that ranged from the age of 18 all the way up to like 65. And the majority of people were mid-20s or older. And they have jobs in programming now. So it's a thing. You can do it. All right, but I'm going to answer this question, and then I'm going to take a quick break. Hashing versus encrypting. Encrypting is reversible. Encryption is reversible. So if you encrypt something, you're making it illegible to people that don't know the key to decrypt it. And then when you decrypt it, you get back the original data. Hashing is supposed to be one way in that you take something and generate a unique hash for that thing, but you can't take the hash and get back to the original from it. Of course, there are exceptions to the rule with like bad hashing algorithms. But for the most part, that's what it means when you hash something. It's one way. You hash it, and there's no way to get back to the original from the hash, for the most part. And encryption is reversible. You can encrypt it, and you can get back to the original. So, yeah, hashing is one way. All right, I'm gonna take a 10-minute break. Oh yeah, what's up, Astra? Welcome. Check him out. I'm gonna take a 10-minute break, but when I come back, we'll keep answering questions. To the best of my ability. Yeah. Cool. While I'm gone, also feel free to take a break. Stand up, get a drink of water. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go stand up. I'm going to go pet my dog. Can we watch this on a break? Which one is it? I don't really like putting other people's content, but I will say this is a great video and you should watch it. I'll say click that link, watch this video, but I will put a video of me while I'm gone. So I guess I'll be gone longer than 10 minutes. 20 minutes at most. I think I don't have a content playlist. Oh no, you did it right, ML Astra. Those questions show up here, just like that. Yeah, you did it right. But I'm taking a break, so we'll come back to it. I actually don't like any of these videos. Can I sort my videos by like length? What if we go way back? Way back in Coding Garden history. All my videos are really long. Yeah, that's the only issue with putting up the one about first class functions. It's like a 3-hour video. I mean, mainly because I'm talking to chat. I'm talking to the person that I'm pairing with. It's not really a break video. How about this? Intro to array map. That's what I'll leave you with. Though, I gotta get my audio hooked up, so give me a second. I can do intro to view. Yeah, I'll do that. Let's do it. One of the mods. Can you do a quick poll? Do people want to see intro to view or intro to array map? Oh, look, it's me. That's me 3 years ago at this point. Wow. Okay. Give me a second. I need to hook up my my audio. This is compressed air. This is an audio interface. What were the options? Intro to array map or intro to view? Or, well, no, my intro to React video is like an hour and a half. There we go. Yeah, so Notendell has done it in one line. I told you it was possible. I told you I could probably do it. But yeah, so feel free to vote on this poll and then we'll pick a video. I have no idea where this USB cable went. Give me a second. Hello. Intro to view. Cool. We'll play that one. Whoa. Since when do redemptions work over here? I thought the redemptions were totally broken. Okay, that's there. Intro to view. View 3? No, just view in general. It's an 18-minute video. Maybe it will answer your 2 questions about Vue. Probably not Vue. Oh, thank you, Andrew. That's what I was going to do. Okay, we want this to be in 1080p. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this video, we're going to build a to-do app with Vue.js from scratch. So let's get started. I have here a to-do list of all the things we need to do to build the to-do app. So the first thing is to create an index.html. Is that loud enough? I actually don't know if I can do anything if it's not loud enough. But oh well. Enjoy this. I'll be back in when the video's over. Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In this video, we're going to build a to-do app with Vue.js from scratch. So let's get started. I have here a to-do list of all the things we need to do to build the to-do app. So the first thing is to create an index.html file. So right in here, I'm just going to create a new file. We'll call this index.html. I'm going to generate a basic HTML template. And now we need to add Vue.js. So for that, I'm going to go to the browser. I'm going to go to vuejs.org. Now, if you go into their getting started, they have a few different ways to get started. I'm just going to include the script that they have there. I'm going to copy it. And then right at the bottom of my body, I'm going to add that script there. Cool. Let's look at our README. Done with that, and we have added Vue.js. The next thing is to create a Vue instance in app.js. So in this file, right below where we brought in Vue.js, I'm going to add another script source, and this is just going to be app.js. And then I am going to create that file, app.js. Okay, inside of here, I'm going to create a Vue instance. So I'm going to store it in a variable. You don't always have to, but I will. And we'll say new Vue. Pass in an object. The first thing we need to put on this object is the L property, and this stands for element, and we're going to tell it ID app. So basically we're telling Vue.js where we want it to live on the page, and we're saying the element that has ID app. So now in our HTML we need to actually create that. So I'm going to create a main, and on this I'm going to give it ID app. Now these two things link up. So I have an element, it has ID app, and for Vue, I'm telling it that the element I want it to live on is ID app. So that's where my Vue app is going to live. Let's see what's next. Show a message from the Vue instance on the page. So the way a Vue.js app works is you have your data. And you can think of your data as essentially anything associated with your application that you want to show on the page. So for instance, if I had a title that says, Hello Coding Garden, this is the data for my page. And now I want to show this title on the page. So for that, we can use handlebar syntax. So I'm going to throw in, say like an H3. Right there, I'll say title. And whenever Vue.js sees these handlebars, it knows that whatever is inside of it is something on data or some expression that needs to be evaluated. So this title exactly links up with the title on our data. So when I open up this app in the browser, we should see Hello Coding Garden. So let's do that. I can copy the full path, and over here in Chrome, just put that in, and there's our page. It says Hello Coding Garden. Awesome. Now I'm just going to add some basic styles. I have this easy CSS that I created. You just throw in the URL https://easy-css.now.sh, and that will give you some basic styling like that, just so we don't have like a totally ugly app to begin with. Cool. So we're seeing kind of the cool things that you can do with Vue.js. That's as simple as that, but let's go even further. All right, so essentially we're going to be building a to-do app. So the first thing we need is a new to-do form. So for that, we'll just write it in the HTML. So we need a form, and then a form is going to have a label, and the label will be for new to-do, and the label will say new to-do. Then below the label, we need an input. Type as text, the name is going to be new to-do, and we'll give it an ID of new to-do. And then we need a button to add the to-do. So we'll add a button. The type will be submit, because when they click this button, we want the form to submit. And the button will just say add. Okay, let's see what that looks like. There we go. So we've got a basic form. All right, next step is to call a function when the form is submitted. So to do this with Vue.js, on our form, we can do @submit. And basically, this is Vue's way of saying, when this form is submitted, we can call some function. So I'm going to say @submit equals add to do. And I will actually create a function called add to do, so this will actually link up. One thing I will do is just add .prevent. This is built into Vue.js, and if you're familiar with just regular plain old DOM manipulation, typically when a form is submitted, you have to prevent the default action. By adding .prevent, Vue.js does that for us. Okay, so this says when the form is submitted, call the function named add to do. So we need to actually create that function. So on our Vue instance, you can create what are called methods. Methods is an object, and you can put any function on methods and call that from inside of your template. So on here, I'm going to create a function called add to do. And for now, I'm just going to log out and say form submitted. Okay. And just like that, I'll open up the developer tools. Let's clear that out. Let's make sure you can see it. Okay. So if I say hello world and I click the add button, the form is submitted and our add to do function is getting called. Very good. All right. Next step, create a string property on our data to store the user input. Now, when you're building a Vue.js application, you essentially want to think of everything in your app in terms of data. And the way we're going to do this is essentially whatever the user types into the input box, we're going to store that on data. So on data, let's create a property called new to do. And we're going to initialize that to just an empty string. And the idea is, as the user types into the input box, we'll update this under the hood to be the value that they're typing in the input box. And Vue has a built-in way to do that. So on this input, we can use v-model. And then inside of that, we say new to do. Now this right here, v-model new to do, this exactly links up with new to do on our data right here. So the fact that we're saying v-model, whatever goes inside of the double quotes, that is referencing something on our data. And so now, as the user is typing into the input box, this is automatically getting updated under the hood. And just to see that in action, we can throw, let's say we'll do like an h4 right here, and then we'll just put new to do. So just like we're rendering the title on the page, now we're telling Vue to render the value of new to do on the page as well. So I'll go over here and refresh the page. Let's make sure I called it new. Oh, I need to capitalize the T in to do. So you'll notice I got an error in the console. It was saying property or method new to do is not defined on the instance, but referenced during render. So when it says referenced during render, that means your template is trying to use something called new to do. So we're trying to use it there and we're trying to use it there. But on my data, I didn't capitalize the T, so I didn't know where to find it. So let me capitalize the T, refresh the page, the errors go away. Great. But what I wanted to show was as we type into this input box, we should see the latest value of new to do displayed right below the form. So let's watch it happen. Hello world. And you'll notice as I type, it's automatically getting updated and we're representing the latest value on the page below it. Cool. But this isn't the functionality we want for our to-do app. I was just demonstrating how that's actually getting updated under the hood. So let's go back to our to-do list. So we created that property on our data. And we watched it change as we typed in the input, which is great. Now, let's log that user input when the form is submitted. So right now in our submit function, or in our add to do function, we're just saying form submitted. But let's actually log the value of new to do. Now, the way you do this inside of methods is by using this. This refers to the instance, and we can access any of our methods or any of our properties from data inside of here. So I can do this.newToDo, and this is referencing the internal value of new to do. So now I'll refresh the page over here. And when I say learn Vue.js and click add, that gets logged to the console because this is bound to new to do. And then when we click add to do, we're logging that value to the console. So everything's working wonderfully. All right. Next thing is create an array property on our data for the to-dos. So as I mentioned, we want to think about our application in terms of the data. So for a to-do app, the list of to-dos can be represented as an array. So we're going to add that to our data and just call it to-dos and set it to an array. And so now all of the to-dos that we add will get pushed into this array, and then we'll show them on the page. So we created the array property. Now we need to push that to-do into the to-dos array with a done property of false. So here's what I'm going to do. Instead of just logging out this.newToDo, I'm going to say this.todos.push. Now we could just push in new to do, but I actually want to push in an object with a few properties on it. So first, let's say like the title of the to do is going to be this.newToDo. And then we'll also give it a property of done and set that to false, because later on we want to be able to mark to-dos as either done or not done. So initially, when you create a new to-do, done is false, and it has a title, which is the value that was in the input box. Okay. So we're pushing that into the array. Now we actually want to show those to-dos on the page, and we're going to show them in a list. So in the HTML, right below the form, let's create an unordered list, and then we'll create some list items. Now essentially, I want to create a new list item for every value inside of this array. So let's do that. For this, we're going to use the built-in directive called v-for. And the way this works is you say for item in array of items. So the array of items here is to-dos. So this property on the right-hand side of in is something referenced on our data. So to-dos exactly links up with to-dos on our data. So we're saying we want to repeat over that array. And then the value to do here, we could give this any name, but basically this is the name that's going to be given to each value inside of the array on the right-hand side. Okay, so now inside of here, if I just want to display the title, I could use handlebars and say to-do.title. And just like that, we should be able to see the list of to-dos below. Let's close our console, say learn Vue.js, click add, and now we see it in the list. Or if I say learn JavaScript, we see it in the list. Awesome. One thing I want to do is clear out the form. Do I have that in my to-do list? No, I don't. So show the to-dos in a list. We are doing that. But to clear out the form is pretty simple. So if you remember, new to-do is bound to our input using the model. So after we add the to-do, if I just say this.newToDo equals the empty string, that will essentially clear out the input box because it's bound using the model. So setting that to the empty string will set the current value of the input to be nothing, and it'll clear it out. So now when we add something, so I'll say like learn Vue.js, it clears out the form. Pretty cool. All right, what's next? Check done on a to-do to mark it as done. So right now we're just displaying the title. Let's also display the a checkbox next to each item. This is my break timer. Let's take a quick break. Take a stretch, look away from the screen, take a drink of water if you have some near you, and we will finish this to-do app. All right, so now instead of just showing the title, let's also show a checkbox. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the title in a span like this, and right before it, I'm going to do an input type of checkbox. And essentially, to tell this checkbox whether it's checked or not, we want to say checked equals to-do.done. Because if to-do.done is true, then this should be checked. And if to-do.done is false, it should not be checked. Now, if I want checked to actually look at the real value of to-do.done, I have to bind it. And to bind it, you simply just use a colon like that. So now if I save this and we say learn Vue.js and click add, I have this checkbox and now it is bound. So when I check it, it should be setting the to-do as done. Now let's make sure that's actually working. So this next thing I want to do is show a line through the to-do text if it is done. And for that, we can use a style binding. And actually, we'll use a class binding. So here's what I want to do. I'm just going to create a basic class up here. We'll call this class done. And the done class will just have a text decoration of line through. So if something has done on it, you should see a line through it. So here's what we can do. On this span, I can bind the class using that binding syntax and say class equals, you give it an object, the properties are going to be the classes that you want to apply. So I want to apply the done class when todo.done is true. And just like that, that'll automatically apply the class. So if todo.done is true, apply the done class. If todo.done is false, the done class is not applied. If todo.done is true, the box should be checked. If todo.done is not true, the box should not be checked. So just like that, if I say learn Vue.js, click add, when I check the box, nothing happens. Oh, I didn't refresh the page. Let's make sure that it's pulling in the latest styles. So if I say learn Vue.js, click add, it's not working. Let's figure out why. So if we look at the, oh, I know why. So instead of just binding checked, we should actually use vModel in this case. So just like before, this is like updating the value. This is not updating the value. So this should actually just be v-model, because that will update the value under the hood, which will then update the class. That should work. So learn Vue.js, add, check, line through, awesome. So we can add multiple things. So like learn JavaScript, learn React maybe if you want to, learn Angular maybe if you want to. But now you can click check and it will check it. And if you uncheck it, it will remove the line through. Very cool. So that's done. Right, next thing is add a button to delete the to-do. So right below the to-do, I'm just gonna have a simple little button. It'll say remove. And when we click on this button, we'll say remove to-do, and we'll pass in the to-do. So if you'll remember, this here is inside of the v4. So each to-do is gonna get its very own button. And when we click that specific button, it's going to pass that specific to-do into the remove to-do function. So we now need remove to-do on our methods. So below add to-do, I'll add remove to-do. This takes in the to-do. And first thing, we need to find it in the array. So I'm going to say to-do index is going to be this.todos.index of to-do. And then we'll just remove that index from the array. So just built into JavaScript, you can do splice. First parameter is the index that you want to remove, and then how many, we just want to remove one at that index. So just like that, we now should have a remove button that removes the to-do from the list. So learn Vue.js, walk the dog, do the dishes, and we can still mark it as done, but then if we want to remove it, we just click the button and it's gone. Very cool. All right, last thing I want to do is add a button to mark all of the to-dos as done. So basically we'll just have a button, let's say right above the list, and we'll just say mark all done. Well, let's just say all done. And when we click it, so it's going to be very similar as before. So when this thing is clicked, we'll say all done. And so now we need a function on our methods called all done. And essentially this just needs to iterate over the array of to-dos and mark each one as done. So for that, I'm just going to use a for each. So I'll say this.todos.forEach to-do. We'll say to-do.done equals true. Just like that. Let's try it out. So I'll refresh over here. So now we have that all done button. So I can say learn Vue.js, learn JavaScript, save the world. And now if we click all done, they all mark as true. And we can still remove them, we can still unmark them, and then remark them. Beautiful, we have a wonderful working Vue.js app. That is it for build a Vue.js app. we did quite a few things, and we really demonstrated a lot of the different things that you can do in Vue.js, including class binding and user input and methods and vModel. There's a lot more to Vue.js. I'm going to create some more videos on some of the more in-depth features of Vue.js, but thanks for watching. Hello, 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 hello. Oh, whoa, no. Hello? That's better. Okay. Sorry if that hurt your ears. Hi. Welcome back. Who's this? It's me. It's current CJ. There's the chat. There's that. There's that. Yeah, sorry about that. I had to put gain on the audio so you could hear the video better. Yeah. Oh, hi. For those of you that were watching that was me 3 years ago. I guess my hair is almost the same length. I do have my hair in a ponytail, so it looks slightly different. Cool, but let's get back to answering questions. I think I'm going to do just a few more. And hello, NFR. Thanks for being here. And Mr. Rel, welcome. Hello. We're going to do like a speed run, if I can, through any of the questions that have been asked today. And then we'll try to spend a little bit more time on like 1 or 2 of them. And then I'm going to go eat some lunch. Yeah. So if you do want to ask a question, you can do this. I'll say there are already 50 questions, so it's unlikely I'll be able to get to the question you ask. So you can upvote existing questions. If you go to vox.coding.garden, pick a question number, and then you can upvote it. Okay. Is there a way to reverse engineer server-side rendered websites? For example, like the My Anime List. And by reverse engineer, do you mean scrape? Like get the data out of it? And the answer is yes, but please clarify that. How much different is production code versus the hacky fun stuff you often do? Not much different at all. I mean, I'll say in an ideal world, production code has tests. It has been tested by many, many people, and potentially will be... The code may not have to change that much, but the actual way it's deployed to be able to handle lots of users and lots of requests, that may change. But honestly, the brutal truth is that the majority of the world runs on hacky code. So yeah, that's a thing. Who's my favorite tennis player? I don't watch tennis. Who's that guy that was in Big Daddy with Adam Sandler? He's a tennis player. Let's look him up. That's not that's not what I was looking for. We can look at the film. I forget his name. Does anybody know his name? He like meets him after a night of drinking. We can look on IMDb. Oh, and thank you, Almighty Philip, for that sub. I think was it Feder? Oh, was it Mr. Deeds? Well, you're right. It was Mr. Deeds. Mr. Deeds. You're totally right. John McEnroe. It was John McEnroe. I don't watch tennis. That's like the only tennis player's name. And like Serena and Venus Williams. Yeah, I don't watch much tennis. But thank you to the Real Pygon, who resubbed while I was out with 14 months. Thank you very much for all your support. And thank you to Almighty Philip for that Prime sub. Oh, nice. Yeah. Thank you, Almighty. I appreciate it. Okay. Is it possible that I can talk about rendering lots of data to the DOM, like 1,000 cards, and updating them? What is the good strategy to use? Use React or use Vue. I mean, I think some of the things that we can get into the specifics of are like, how do you handle updating that many things without the page coming to a crawl? And I think the answer is you use something like a virtual list. That'll be my quick answer because I'm not going to get into a coding example. Virtual scroll, I think, is the concept you would look into. And the idea with a virtual scroll is you have a lot of stuff on the page, and when you scroll, the scroll bar behaves just like it normally would, but the thing that's being the stuff that's being rendered is actually only the stuff that's visible on the page. And there are various component libraries you can bring in. You could attempt to implement this yourself, but basically the way to think about it is, like, let's say you have 1,000 items. You're not rendering all 1,000 of them. You're only rendering 10 at a time, or however many are visible on the page. And as you scroll, the component is managing which ones are actually visible and making it look like an actual scroll. So The strategy is virtual scrolling. I'll say that. This website was built with Vue. Can I make a Twitch bot that takes a question and answers it? Yeah, you absolutely could. So, I mean, right now, the bots that I have running in the channel are very simple. Like, you can just do things like, I mean, this one's Streamlabs. It's just a call and response. So I say music, it responds with that every time. But you could make a bot that takes in something like this, and then looks at this, looks at a database to find a corresponding answer, and then responds with that. That is absolutely possible. So the answer is, can you? Yes. Well, the question is, can you? The answer is yes. My thought about Flutter and its new update. I haven't looked at the new Flutter update. I guess give me look at learn more. At Google I/O about a month ago, they announced Flutter 2.2. Makes it easier for developers to monetize their apps, connect to cloud services, and extend apps that support new capabilities with tooling and language features. I guess I really didn't see a list of list of features. Cool. I haven't looked into it, so I don't have many thoughts about it. I'll say that. But yeah, about the SSR question. Get info out of the website, but also doing post requests, such as sending a message to a friend or posting posts. Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately, if you're reverse engineering that site, you need to recreate all of the requests that are happening on the site. So yeah, it's possible. And I've done this before, a long time ago. Like one of the first web scraping things I did was there was this service that allowed you to keep track of all of the potential new hires that you were interviewing. It was a completely external service to the company that I was working with. And one of the issues was people would be on site interviewing people like on a college campus, and they potentially wouldn't have internet. So they would have no way to access this tool. And so what I did was I figured out all the requests that needed to happen to be able to get the form to enter people's info and all that stuff. So I figured out what are all the HTTP requests happening on the website. And then I built a desktop app that would replicate those requests, but it would allow them to use it offline. So basically they could fill out the form, and then whenever they were online again, it would emulate those same requests that would have happened on the web to create those form responses. So it's possible. You really just have to watch the network traffic and that kind of thing. Okay, what else? What first exposed me to the world of programming and or web dev? MySpace. Building like custom MySpace styles and layouts and stuff like that. So yeah, that was probably my first. Well, actually, no. Before that, I built really basic websites that were just. I mean, I used Microsoft Front Page, so or even Dreamweaver. So it was like point and click development. But ultimately, that was a website that I deployed to like Lycos and Tripod. Yeah. But I when I was like 12, I made a Calvin and Hobbes fan site, and that was deployed on Lycos. Yeah. Have you ever worked with aggregating data from other sites, such as a national weather service or map services, in a browser-based application? Not quite like weather data, but I've done similar things. I mean, like one of the things that I'm working on right now that's not quite finished is this Japanese Pokemon website. Oh yeah. Oh no. I made a. So I don't know. I was a weird kid, but I would basically take websites that had PlayStation cheat codes, and I made my own site on GeoCities that had the cheat codes of all the games that I like to play. But I literally just copy and pasted them from other cheat code websites. Okay. This website aggregates pricing data for Japanese Pokemon cards. So, for instance, if I search for Charizard, this is going to give me back all of the Japanese Charizard cards that exist. And then you can see there are 3 different websites I'm pulling prices in from. So the general idea of like data aggregation I've done before. So basically my database has its own data store of actual Pokemon cards and things like expansions. So I have expansions. I have series. So you have a series like Sword and Shield, and then for Sword and Shield, you can look at an expansion like Shiny Star V, and then for Shiny Star V, you can see all of the different cards and their prices. So, I mean, part of the process here is for each one of these websites, I need to go out, grab their pricing. And I mean, this pricing data is like a week or two old because I haven't worked on this site and I haven't set up a background process to get all the latest data. Yeah, I mean, my database is storing a snapshot in time of the price for that specific thing. Wait, there are a ton of Charizards. Yeah. If you've been away from Pokemon for a while, you may not realize how many Charizards there are. There are a lot, many. And this site only goes back to Black and White, which was like late 2000s. This doesn't even include the ones from the earlier sets like Neo and the original set. Yeah, and so all of the pictures are actually, so I mean, this is just a mashup of a bunch of data because the pictures are from the official Japanese Pokemon card website. Like if you go to the official website, there's like a card search, and if you go to the card search, this has information about Pokemon cards. So I pulled all of that in to my database to have a base data about like the structure of the sets and the cards that exist, and then that gets cross-referenced to these other sites that list prices. So and the general idea of data aggregation, I guess I've done a lot of that. Not specifically with weather, though. But I can see it happening. You have a database where you pull in weather data and you're storing that, or you potentially pull in traffic data. It's possible. I'll say it's possible. I do watch anime. I just finished Demon Slayer. There was one episode that I didn't watch for some reason, like the last episode, and I want to go see the movie. So... yeah. So I watch anime. I watch Demon Slayer. I watch My Hero Academia. I watch... what else? Some other ones. I forget. But yeah, I do watch anime. But mainly inspired by my partner. My partner watches a lot of anime, and then she got me to watch a lot of anime. So... cool. Not a code question. What do you get into? What got me into collecting Pokemon? Sheer interests. Yeah, so I mean, I collected when I was younger, and then recently with the boom, I got reinterested in it again. That's basically it. And I still am interested in it, and I still open Pokemon cards daily. I do it less on stream though, because people aren't as interested in it. So Yurtle, thanks for the resub. Who says thanks for being awesome. There's a bug in my stream alert. When an alert shows up and there's another, it will overwrite the first one. Oh, it is a queue, but right now each alert only lasts for like 1 second. I should probably increase the time of the alert. Yeah, I saw it. I saw your question. Can I get a junior developer job straight out of high school if I have the required skills? Absolutely. Yeah. Well, that's one of the things about the world of software development and even web development is you don't actually need any sort of, I mean, depending on the company you work for, because some companies might require a college degree or might require a specific certification. But for the most part, you can do this job without any sort of formal education or formal certificate. And I've worked with people that are self-taught, and I've taught people like adult learners that don't have degrees in computer science, but they now have software development job. So the answer is yes, absolutely. If you're good at it, you will get hired. Doesn't matter. This isn't a world where you are defined by your education and certifications. It's really like if you can get the job done. Yeah. I think like some companies might not be able to hire you because you're 17. Well, though, I mean, like if in the US, I think the minimum age in most places is 16, unless it's a more rural area where you can be even like 13 or 14 and get a job. So I think it's possible. If you've got the skills, how to code 9, I think you can do it. Now, I would recommend, and it depends where you are in the world and if you can afford it, I would recommend going to college, even if you don't necessarily need it, really just for the real life experience of having to do your own laundry, having to wake up on your own and go to class and like building up being a responsible person, and also meeting people. Like all of my friends from college are lifelong friends. I've been friends with them since college. And I don't really, there's maybe one person I talked to that I went to high school with. So from a personal development standpoint, if you can, I would say go to college. But if not, and you just want to start working, it's possible. You could do it. Yeah, I think there are a ton of adult learners out there and people watching. Yeah. Yeah, Stanley's saying self-start at 31. Yeah. And Castle started at the age of 30. Like it's a thing for sure. Oh, nice. And Almighty Phillips is studying at community college. Yeah. It is hard to transition from some other industry or job to be a software developer as an adult, but people do it for sure. Yeah. Okay. As a backend junior dev, I want to get into Vue, but all I see is beginner tutorials. I think that's the conundrum. Is most tutorials are for beginners, and then for the more intermediate or advanced stuff, you kind of have to learn on your own. But I think that's kind of the point, because from a more intermediate or advanced perspective, you're really just reading documentation. So read the Vue.js docs, read the Vuex docs, read the component library docs that you're working with. Go source code diving if you can't figure something out. Look at like all of these libraries are open source, so you can actually look at the source of them and figure stuff out. So yeah. What else? With Vue, what's the difference between data and props? Data is specific to the component and each instance of the component. Props are passed in from a parent, so they're not defined on the component. They get passed in from a parent to that component. Recommendations for pixel perfect coding with a PSD. I don't have any. I'll say these days, a lot of people are using design tools like Figma or Adobe XD, which actually allows you to export to code directly from the design itself. So instead of going from like Photoshop and then slicing it up into a website, you can go directly from the design to working code. So my recommendation is maybe try something else that's not Photoshop. And honestly, I haven't done a lot of this in my career. I know that a lot of people that are like purely front end do a lot of this, where you take a design that was implemented in Photoshop and then you turn it into a working website. These days, I'm working more from just like wireframes, and then I'm using component libraries to get them working. So yeah. Shouldn't React inherently prevent re-renders of a component if the props don't change? No. Surprisingly, no. And that's just the way React works. Obviously, there's a more technical answer, and like there's reasons why it does re-render, but the reason the render function runs is it needs to generate that virtual DOM tree so that it can be compared to the actual DOM. And so, yeah, and yeah. And there may be reasons why, or reasons why like it re-renders, but you potentially don't want it to rerun. And there used to be a way of doing it with class-based components, which I think is actually deprecated now, where you could detect if something changed, and if it's not something you cared about, you could prevent a re-render. I don't know. React is weird. I don't know. Something on Hasura. Hasura is cool. It's a it turns your Postgres database into GraphQL. I'm just not interested in it right now. You know how this was made? Plaintextsports.com. It is only plain text, but it updates in real time. Let's see. Great. And then if we look at the source code of the page, I mean, it technically is HTML, right? And we see there actually, I think this is it. There's a bunch of spans. So if we look at this, is it real time? Data loaded 9 minutes ago. If you're seeing like one specific row in here updating, even though it looks like text, it's still technically just DOM manipulation, because they're like reaching in and they're saying like this specific time element, change the content inside of it, or this specific span, change the content inside of it. So even though it looks like plain text, it's still HTML that JavaScript can change and update when the data changes. And so like if we go to it and we look at the network tab, it's likely that there is a WebSocket connection. And if there's not a WebSocket connection, then if we watch the network traffic long enough, there's no WebSocket connection. So all that means is that every now and then, this is just making another HTTP request to get the latest data. Is there a way to refresh it? How can I get the latest data? Light mode, dark mode. I don't know. So I think even though it looks like this, it's still just like a plain old website. That's my answer to your question. How to add emoji support to chats? There are a lot of libraries out there. Just search for emoji renderer. Like there are some libraries that will take text that has GitHub emoji codes and then automatically convert those to emojis and stuff like that. Yeah. How would you go about coding the backend for a video streaming service? I wouldn't. I would use a service that like hosts videos or does video conversion and stuff like that. I forget the names of some of them, but building a video streaming service from scratch is a big deal. Like it involves a lot of stuff, a lot of processing, a lot of servers, caching, and all kinds of stuff like that. So if I were going to do it, I would pick some service that handles the heavy lifting for me. And I would do some research because I don't really know what the latest, greatest stuff is. I'm brand spanking new to Python. What would be the best resources to get started? There is Learn Python the hard way? Is that what it's called? This is a totally free resource, so you can check that out. Actually, I don't have any resource. I don't really do much Python, so I don't have a good resource for you. Do I have any advice on choosing geospatial database software? No advice. Though things like Postgres and MySQL actually support the location type things natively. Like there's a point data type, which can give you lets you store your latitude, longitude. And then there are also extensions that will give you like GeoJSON data. So yeah, I mean, I would say use that. Use what you've decided. Geospatial database would just be a database that stores location information. So if you're storing latitude, longitude, stuff about places and stuff like that, that would be a geospatial database. And you can use most SQL databases as a geospatial database. Can I explain with Vue 3 how to use vars from child to parent and vice versa? Usually that involves props. React 18. Let's just look at it really quick. This was asked a while ago, but what's new in React 18? What's coming in React 18? Here we go. Automatic batching, new APIs like start transition, and new streaming server renderer with built-in support for React.lazy. Cool. It sounds like, from a developer perspective, not much. I don't know if there's any specific features you had in mind for it. But it kind of sounds like these are mainly like internal improvements. So that's a thing. When should I skip to a JavaScript framework and learn it? You mean I would say if you should learn the basics of JavaScript first. Probably learn, get really good with functions, get really good with array methods. Just get good with JavaScript before you start to use some sort of framework. If you check out the frequently asked questions, you can see all the info about my Mac. What do I think about how much senior software developer should be paid remotely? Oh, I think it should be the same salary as someone who's not remote. Get good, kid. No, I mean, like, if you're going to jump into a framework, you should probably understand JavaScript pretty well before doing that. But yeah, this varies by where you are in the world. This varies by where you are. If you're in the US, it varies by where you are in the US. But I think, and it's where the company is based out of. So if a company is based out of Silicon Valley and they're hiring remote developers, they should still be paying them what they would pay somebody that works and lives in Silicon Valley. So yeah, although it's possible that you could get a job there by saying, I don't require as much money because I live in the middle of Wisconsin. I don't know what the cost of living is in Wisconsin, but I live in the middle of nowhere and I have a lower cost of living. So because of that, I'll take a lower salary while working for you remotely. Silicon Valley startup. I don't know. Am I excited about React 18? No, I'm not excited about anything React. React is just a part of life because I have to use it, but I am not excited about it. Opinion of Svelte compared to Vue. So if you look at the history of Svelte, Svelte version 1 was basically an exact copy of the Vue.js API. Like, not how it worked under the hood, but when you defined your components, there was a data property, there was methods property, there was a computed property, Like all of the ways you define view components used to be how Svelte worked from a developer perspective. And then in version 2 is when they had the whole new syntax of like a script tag with just exported variables and stuff like that. But in general, Svelte is cool. I like Svelte. Eventually, once it has more, I guess, community support, more community packages and stuff like that, I'll probably pick it up because it's cool. Where to host free Discord, YouTube, or Twitch bot other than Heroku? It's hard to say. We talked about this earlier, but it's hard to find somewhere that will give you a server running 24/7 for free. I'll just say that. I'm learning JavaScript. It's getting really hard. I watch tutorials when I try my own idea, and I just stare at the screen. How can I improve my logic skills? Practice. I would say you have to, practice, and you need a lot of at-bats, meaning a lot of practice solving, practice. And you should also, if you're really struggling and just staring at the screen, you might need to dial back what you're attempting to do because you may be reaching outside of your zone of proximal development, your ZPD. Because if you're too far outside of that, then there's no way for you to make any improvements because it's just beyond your own comprehension. But if you stay within it and you're just uncomfortable enough, that's how you'll learn. But I'll say, in general, just practice. Go to Code Wars. You can sort and filter by difficulty and start with, I'll say one thing that to potentially improve your confidence is just go pick one of these 8 queues because these are like really, really beginner. And if you can prove to yourself that, I know how to program, I can do at least these 8 queues and then gradually move on to some of the 7 queues and 6 queues. But that's my advice. Make sure you're not doing things that are too hard and make sure you're actually making progress. Yeah, and the other aspect of it is when you're solving it, break it into smaller problems that you can solve. Yeah. Do browsers respect meta name color scheme? I would say not the browser, the website potentially has to use that information. Yeah. No, I'm not. Mark is saying that's lying. I'm not saying that just because you can do an 8Q, you should think to yourself, oh, I'm done. I don't need to learn anymore. I'm just saying if you've gotten yourself in a rut, if you've gotten yourself in a point where like you feel like you can't do this and you're never going to get good at this, you can remind yourself that you actually do know how to do things by going back to some of the easier stuff. Obviously, if you want to improve, you have to do things that are going to be hard. Like that's you're not learning and you're not improving if it's not difficult. Because if it's easy, then that means you already know it. Things you don't know are what are potentially hard and will potentially take work. So all I'm saying is build up your confidence and then go to the harder things. In a production web app, we sometimes get network chunk failed to load. This is due to our code splitting with Webpack. It works most of the time, however, Webpack does not retry failed chunk loads. With Axios, we solve this with Axios retry. Many tutorials online are great, but seldom do they teach production-grade resiliency. I've actually never run into this problem, but I think shouldn't there be like a fallback within the Webpack, the code that gets generated that is loading specific chunks? I feel like there should be. It should be a fallback for if the chunk fails to load, try to reload it. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for this. I haven't run into that problem specifically. But yeah, I would think you could potentially like post an issue on the Webpack GitHub or in their forums, ask if anyone's come across something similar, but I don't know. My personal recommendation for learning and mastering vanilla JavaScript. I don't have any specific thing. I would say just go to YouTube. There's tons of stuff on YouTube. There's also JavaScript.info, which is a good resource. There's free code camp. I would say any one is not better than the other. They all have their quirks. Use all of them. Did I check the site by Versal for their conference? Wait, what? I don't know what you mean by that. I'm just going to skip it. What do I think about Angular? I'm using Angular 9 for 7 months. Should I learn Vue or React? What do I suggest? It's totally up to you. If you like it, keep using it. If you're trying to find a job, you can find places that use Angular. if you're trying to find a job and all the job postings you're finding don't have people that use, or companies that use Angular, then maybe you should try learning Vue or React. But I'll say it's, if you know Angular and front-end development well enough, you can pick up Vue and React pretty easily, and you could get hired at a company that uses those things, even if you don't know them directly, because they can see that, oh yeah, you're a JavaScript developer, you could figure it out, and they'll probably hire you anyways. My suggestion is use what works for you. I'm not gonna, that's it. My choice is Vue. It's always Vue. I like Vue, but I have a ton of experience building apps in a lot of different ways, and I always go back to Vue. Yeah. Oh, you asked the question several times. That'll bring down our question number. That's cool. What are my thoughts or opinions on coding bootcamps or pursuing a CS degree in a 2 or 4 year college? Like I mentioned, I think if you're just out of high school, a computer science degree is fine because you have your whole life ahead of you. There's no reason to just jump into it. Get the life experience of being in college. I think if you're an adult learner, it probably makes a whole lot more sense to go to basically a trade school. You're learning a specific craft and you're learning what is used on the job so that you can be effective and employable almost immediately after graduating, versus people that graduate with a computer science degree know nothing of how the real world works, and coding bootcamps teach how the real world works. So those are my opinions. If you're an adult learner, you probably don't need to get a computer science degree. Go to like a bootcamp. If you're just out of college, if you're just out of high school, go to college. Cool. Or you can save yourself from going in debt and just learn online. Yeah, that's the other thing. You could like skip college, do it all self-paced and self-learning. I'm just saying from my experience, like I learned how to be a human in college, like how to interact with the world and how to live on my own, which isn't necessarily a skill you can learn online. It probably is. There's probably a course about that somewhere. I want to know, can we use Next.js API using cores? Yeah. Like if you have a Next.js app, it could call an API that's using cores, or your Next.js app could set up cores headers. So it's true. Yeah, I mean, I think that's potentially another interesting aspect. Like go to college for business, and then when you graduate, go to a coding school, and now you could start a startup because you know how business works and you know how to code. So I don't know. Yeah, a CS degree is basically you learn a ton, but not all. Most of it is not applicable to an actual job. Whereas when you go to a coding school or a coding boot camp, they're teaching you the latest and greatest things that people are using in the real world. So when you graduate, like you have a leg up. You're basically ready to contribute. What do I think about Redux RTQ query? Never heard of it. I want only my front-end app to connect to my Express API. What is the most secure way to do it? There's no easy way to do it, but I have done a video on this before. Basically, you could set up API keys. You could set up rate limiting. Yeah. This video goes into it a little bit, like the idea that if you want to prevent requests from coming from other sources, then you can do that. And if you want to, and if they are coming from places that aren't your front end, you could potentially rate limit in. But at the end of the day, any request coming from your front end could potentially be replicated by any network client that isn't running in a browser. So the best way to do it is with authentication, like or authorization. Like a user must have an account in your system to be able to make requests to it. And even then, like you can't stop them from making those requests outside of the web browser. Yeah. So yeah, check out that video I linked. I'm pretty sure I talk about that very same thing there. And I do mention that, like, of course, you can look at the origin header. Like, that'll prevent someone from making a website that calls your API because you can restrict and say requests can only come from this specific origin. But if somebody is writing code that's not running in a web browser, they can change that origin header to be whatever they want, and you can't detect that. So, Yeah. I mean, and cores will prevent other front-end websites from making the requests because you can restrict the requests to only come from your front end. But like I said, someone could write code that's not running in a web browser that says that the request is coming from that specific origin, and it'll still allow it to happen. Yeah. So let's keep moving. Have I used Prisma v2? No, I haven't used Prisma at all. I've heard about it and read about it. It's like a TypeScript database thing. It looks pretty interesting. I have a React app with .NET Core as an API and Daylater. How do I secure the client-side React app? Your .NET Core app needs some sort of authentication layer, and I'm actually working with that with a very similar stack right now. I have a .NET backend, and then we just added the there's an authorization namespace just built into .NET. We added that. There's a JSON Web Token middleware that you can add that's built in to .NET Core. And then your front end just needs to include that header there. I think I would need to refresh this. Let's see. Oh no, old messages I don't think are going to be parsed that way, but new messages will. But also my API, it's not going to. My API caches the emotes, so it's going to next stream. Next stream will get it. Yeah, it's totally possible. Your React app just needs to include those JSON Web Tokens is a typical way of doing it. It needs to include those tokens in every request. Or if you use cookies, as long as your React app is running on the same domain, and so that way you don't have cross-site cookies, it should work pretty easily. You potentially could try to do cross-site cookies, but if it's not on the same subdomain, you're going to run into a lot of issues. And eventually it just won't work at all because third-party cookies are going away. What to learn next after learning basic JavaScript? I would say learn about programming concepts like object-oriented programming and functional programming. So now that you know the language, use what you know about the language to apply it to something like OOP or functional programming. I don't know if that's the best answer. Intermediate JavaScript. Basically, you kind of need to, you should start looking into like code structure, right? Because let's say you know how to code, you know how to make variables, you know how to make basic functions and stuff like that. But in the real world, you're dealing with much larger code bases and like much more complexities in terms of like how big your code base is in terms of the number of modules and number of files. And so learning that is a whole separate thing because it's not just like, yes, I can write the code and make it work. And ending with Ollie. Thank you for that raid. Welcome, raiders. It's not just that. It's just like how can you construct your app as a whole and all of the things and stuff inside of it. But yeah, well, thanks for the raid. What were you working on? To ask a question, do !ask. But I'll say this: I'm trying to just get through all of the questions, and I'm going to end the stream. So. Unions, passion, and activism. Nice. Glad to hear it. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Where was I? Here. That's my answer. Learn about OOP, functional programming, and code structure and refactoring. And also you could look into like design patterns. I think JavaScript, there might be an actual book on JavaScript design patterns. If not, there's a general book on design patterns. The other thing is clean code. There's a book by Bob Martin, Uncle Bob, on, so I mentioned it's, my backend API does the parsing and it caches the list of emotes for like 30 minutes. So these won't update for at least 30 minutes. Yeah. Is SOAP call still a thing? I'm always using REST calls for all API calls. So you would need to make a SOAP call if the backend API was SOAP. And there are still absolutely, oh, it's not working in the normal chat? I don't know. You probably need to refresh Frinker Faces or Better Twitch TV. I actually don't know. I don't know which one it got added to. But yeah, SOAP APIs still exist, and if you're interacting with them, you're going to have to make SOAP requests. But the majority of stuff out there, the majority of newer stuff out there is REST APIs. Am I cool? I just am. If you interpret me as cool, that's on you. I don't claim to be cool. what is recursion? You can find out by searching Google for recursion. So if you search Google for recursion, that will say, did you mean recursion? And you can click on that. And then that will take you to the search for recursion. And that will ask you, did you mean recursion? And you can click on that. And then that will ask you, that takes you to the search results for recursion. And then that will ask you, did you mean recursion? So you can click on that. And then that takes you to the search results for recursion. And then it'll ask you, did you mean recursion? And you can click on that. And that takes you to the search results for recursion. And it'll ask you, did you mean recursion? And you can click on that. That's recursion. No, it's a function that calls itself. It has to end at some point, because if I were a robot, I would just keep going, like click it. All right, click it. All right, cloak it. We need some sort of base case or end condition that says we should not recurse anymore. Does it eventually take me to Stack Overflow? Probably. But if you can look it up on Wikipedia, but it's basically, it occurs when a thing is defined in terms of itself or of its type. And in programming, this is useful because a function can call itself. And usually recursive implementations of things are a lot less code. But yeah, that's recursion. It's when something calls itself. I will say that recursion, most anything that you can write with recursion, you can write without recursion. Like recursion is not required, because recursion is just using the function call stack in whatever programming language runtime you're in. It's using that call stack as a loop. Whereas if you didn't have recursion, you could just write a for loop and it could potentially work in a similar way. Yeah. Is TDD good? I think it can be. I'll say it can be, but it can also not be good if you're too dogmatic about it. I think that's when it's not necessarily that good. And also if you have false conceived notions about it, and that I use TDD, so my app is never going to break, or I use TDD, and so I have the best code base ever. No, you have to realize that your tests, your code is only as good as your tests, and so you have to actually write good tests. So if you write good tests, then yeah, TDD is great. How can I get more deep into C# for Unity? Oh, I have no idea. I haven't really done much of that. Okay, here's the one from ML Astra. I don't know if you're still here, but have ever looked at Haxe? It's a really interesting language. It seems to have elements from both TypeScript and Java. It's also open source and transpiles to a lot of languages. I feel like maybe this has come up on stream before. You're here? Oh, nice. Thanks for being here. Yeah, this has come up on stream before. I haven't used it. We have a game class. It has a static function. Cool. Haxe can build cross-platform applications targeting JavaScript, C++, C#, Java. That's actually really interesting. So basically, you write code that looks like this, and then it has multiple build targets. So you could turn it into JavaScript, or you could turn it into C# or whatever else. Looks cool. I haven't used it before, but it seems interesting. Yeah. In recursion, the code is simple and short, but finding those patterns to recurse over is hard and time-consuming. Yeah, if you've ever watched me try to solve something recursively, it almost always takes me twice as long to solve it rather than doing it in the more for loopy kind of way. But the code is usually always shorter. We've done a lot of recursive stuff on stream, like when we're solving Code Wars problems. Because like I said, anything that can be solved with a loop can very likely be solved with recursion. And so, yeah, but I don't think recursively. It takes a while for me to figure it out. If you're taking requests, I don't completely understand how to handle file uploads from a form. Yeah, that's a pretty big topic. I think I need to do this eventually, though, like just have some sort of thing about file uploads. All right. I didn't get to answer all the questions, but I do have to go. I gotta go eat lunch. Let's answer this one from the real Pygon. Do you ever struggle with figuring out how to organize your project structure in new projects or languages? Asking for a friend. I think if you're working in a framework or a language that doesn't have any opinions about it, it can be difficult. But I would say all the things that I've learned from frameworks that do have opinions absolutely transfer over to the ones that don't. So I've written apps in like ASP.NET MVC, and it has a very specific folder structure, and you can learn from that. You can learn like the idea of like separating out your controllers and your views, though like in larger apps, that doesn't really scale as well because you have a bunch of unrelated things in the same folder just because they're all the same type. And so, but you can learn from that. And then if you've ever used like Ruby on Rails or Ember and you look at their project structure, you could learn from that. The thing I almost always go back to is the John Papa style guide from Angular 1. Now, Angular 1 isn't much of a thing anymore, but this style guide that he wrote back then, like this will live for ages. Like this thing is applicable to most code bases. Doesn't even have to be an Angular app. And specifically his the section on the lift principle. So structure your apps such that you can locate your code quickly, identify the code at a glance, keep the flattest structure you can, and try to stay dry. And then he gives some examples of like how you might have what folder structures might look like. And then he also talks about how you can, and this is one of the main concepts that I stick with, is how you can separate your app into features rather than types. So instead of having a folder of controllers and a folder of models and a folder of views, you have a specific folder for that thing, and then all of the controllers, all of the models related to that will live in that folder. I mean, this structure can apply to back-end code, it can apply to front-end code, it can apply to things that aren't even web development. So I say, take a look at this style guide. There's the lift principle. Yeah, I don't know. And almost every time I come across something new, and like even React apps, I use that pattern that I learned from the John Papa style guide. So yeah. Well, welcome, Matt. We're actually about to end the stream. Thanks for being here. Was there something else? Do recursive methods execute faster? No, I mean, I think it's going to be the same amount of operations need to happen in general, so I don't think it would necessarily be faster. It could be faster depending on the implementation. Yeah. All right. I didn't get to explain this one, but I'm going to go. I appreciate you all. Thanks for hanging out. This was a fun Friday stream. Is an early stream. Usually I'm starting my stream at this time, but we're done. We're done. We're going to do a raid. Yeah, thank you all. I appreciate you. Check out the raid messages here. Yeah, thanks, Majestic Eye. I'm glad you were able to tune in. If you're a sub, that's your raid message. If you're not a sub, that's your raid message. There. And yeah, I don't know who we're going to raid, but whoever we raid, show them lots of love. Drop a follow if you like what they're doing. The next stream is planned for next Friday. And then the next Friday after that. That's good to hear, Vedith. Yeah. Maybe Chilcrux. I think we've only rated her like once before. We'll see, though. Alrighty. That's it. Have a wonderful weekend. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out with me. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.